Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, June the 27th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me great in the main room and also perhaps in YouTube. Somebody in YouTube, just let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help. Wow. Some big action this morning, guys. Now, first of all, before I keep going on, Spanky, you mentioned that the link in the trading room does not work. Trying to figure out what you meant by that. I had no problem getting into the room today. So I'm not sure what was going on with you. Hopefully it's not with everybody else too. But you're obviously in. Anyway, so before I get into these cheap ones, guys, HIMS just getting absolutely clobbered right now. Hunter Brook Media Report on there. I don't know if it's on GLP, the obesity drug sales in general, or just theirs. I'm not sure. I haven't read the report, of course, but I'm not sure if it's just them specifically or overall. Probably just them specifically. So anyway, HIMS is just getting hammered here, down 15%. Really cannot act. Now, when you say, so what is broken? What is broken exactly? Because this is how I get in. Just give me a moment. So this is what I do every day. I mean, I'm not an I don't have any special way of getting into the room. I go to the home page and I go down here. Is it here? Oh, is it here that it's broken? Doesn't look like it's broken yet. What happens? Are you saying when you do all this, it doesn't work? Because this is what I do every day. I just go down here. And that gets me in. So it's my homepage link. Oh, okay, my homepage link. Oh, okay, thank you. I thought you meant, okay. Thank you, that's important. Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment, guys. All right, well, we'll see if we can get to the bottom of that. No, I understand. Okay, well, I've got, hopefully I got somebody working on that, figure out why that's the first time that's happened. Okay, guys, let's keep moving on. Homepage broken or not. IONM, cheap one, under a dollar, on the move here. Huge move, 160%. 83 million, it's traded the float already almost 10 times. 83 million shares have traded, 8.7 in the float. after the company announced, here we go. Here we go, guys. Another one of these. Okay, so they were going to do a filing, an offering, and now they've withdrawn it. Not quite as dramatic as the other one, I think the LRHC, but anyway, that's the deal with this one. IP, guys, keep an eye on IP. This is it's trying to bounce a bit here, but it's now starting to fall a little. Well, okay. First of all, it got hammered down. I guess this company is a Brazilian company, has basically withdrawn the offer to buy them. So it will not pursue. So this is SUZ. So this company was going to be buying or looking to buy IP. So now they're saying they will not pursue a transaction involving International Paper. So SUZ up, coming into the 200-day moving average, IP down. On that news this morning. Boy, I'm hearing BJDX over real cheap. Okay, underneath $1. Here's another one. RXRX, another cheap one, I think. RXRX, I think this is down on a financing. Down on a financing, a deep discounted $200 million stock offering at $650. So $650, so it's a little bit above the financing price. They were trying to raise a lot of money, $200 million. Now, with the WBA also, and that's a pretty harsh headline. Now, it's an earnings play, but more importantly, this is from, so I don't know which exec said it, but says the current pharmacy model is unsustainable and challenges require a new market approach. So that's your deal with WBA. It's an earnings play today, plus a headline like that doesn't help. So it looks like, CVS also is dropping. I don't know, just sort of in sympathy with WBA. Yeah, they're closing stores also. WBA closing stores also. So, yeah, the farmer's being hit. Or pharmacy's being hit. Levi's an earnings play. Where are you? Levi's an earnings play on the way down. LEVI, an earnings play on the way down. It's a big gap down. That is a big gap down. 16%, almost 17% now. Maybe coming into a support area around 19. Meanwhile, the market is basically flat. Okay, this is almost where it closed yesterday. The SPY, anyway. Yeah, wow. BSVFC, yes. Big move here now. So they are projecting a 2024 revenue growth of at least 65%. That is the news for BSFC. Now, this could be the one, guys. I mean, there's your float, okay? This could be the one that's going to go absolutely crazy. I mean, it already is crazy, 74%, but could get crazier. The next high looking left is 368. After that, 397. And then we get into the fantasy areas up here. But it's all about the float, guys. 900,000 in the float. Let me check another source and see what they've got, see if we're around the same. Yeah, about the same. I mean, they've got 1,900,000. So we're in the ballpark. Okay. So it is a very low float, very low float. Riven continues to move down, guys, after their major news of yesterday, but it is now below RIVN, now below yesterday's low. RIVN below yesterday's low. Raul, so the question in our YouTube room was wondering if a stock that has a low float, is it harder to get into and out? Not necessarily. I mean, if it's a low float, but it's trading like an amazing number of shares, you know, they probably have no issue whatsoever. It'll have a lot of liquidity. Okay. If it's low float and it's not trading very much, yeah, but normally we wouldn't see, not if you're looking at my stuff anyway, we wouldn't be seeing things like that. So, I mean, 84 million shares have traded, low float of for IONM, 8.7 million, but there's no issue. It's super liquid, right? 85 million shares have traded, 10 times the float almost. Now, if you're talking specifically about the BSFC, same thing. I mean, it's traded the float 10 times now. Okay, almost 900. I mean, okay, whether it's 900,000 or a million, it's traded 9 million shares already. Your big thing is always to look at the spread, you know, 308, 309, 312. Man, it's not bad for a stock that's moving that quickly. So my basic answer to you is no, it's not harder to get in and out if it's a low float, as long as it's trading like a lot of shares. And usually we won't see those unless it is trading a lot of shares, like really trading abnormally. So it's all about liquidity. Wow, look at WBA. So confession, guys. I mean, I was short HIMS this morning, got out way, well, looking now, but I got out way too early. And I'm what I can't show you right now is this go no go. I cannot show you this right now. Hopefully, it's going to be available next week. I'm really looking at it. I have it on another monitor. It's a special chart. It is really interesting to me. WBA came up on it also. All right, guys. So the market is basically flat right now. So what I'm going to do is just go into click or find the sector status of the major sectors right now. All right, so what you're seeing here, interesting. So what you're seeing here are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. Look at this, we haven't seen this for a while. 100% of the energy stocks, the stocks that make up XLE are up from yesterday's close. 100% of them are up from yesterday's close. Okay. And looking around, again, the market is basically flat, open. But energy stocks are certainly the ones to be paying attention to right now anyway. 100% of them are up from yesterday's close. Well, that'll do it, Casa. Where'd you get that one from? That's okay. So you actually dove into the. Thank you for the Hunterbrook. Okay, thanks. You actually went into the headline itself and said exactly what they were saying. Well, that's it more. So that's definitely about HIMS, but it is having a nice bounce. Okay, guys, I'm told that the problem has been. Maybe I'm going to have to do. Problem's been fixed, but I can't seem to load yet. Maybe. No, it's still broken. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I reloaded. I wanted to see if I did a refresh. Sorry. Thanks. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, I was trying to do a refresh on my homepage. So I was told it was okay, but it is not. So, all right, guys. Let's move on. It'll get fixed at some point. So anyway, yeah, the BSFC could be the one, guys, because I mean, I know it's already up 88%, but we've seen crazier things happen, of course. The big takeout 368, that is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Okay, guys, give me one moment, please. They're trying to tell me that the link should be working. So they're giving me another link. I just want to try it, okay? Just give me a moment. Yeah, no, this is so, yeah, this is the link now. This link will work, but I'm going to have to make some changes then. I'm going to have to, yeah, this link will work. I'm going to have to make a different link. But anyway, guys, let's move on. So there, that link works. Okay, what time is it now? 9:21. I hate this when we have to sideline myself in terms or sidetrack myself trying to figure all this other stuff out. So yeah, so you guys were talking about CLSK, guys, Clean Spark. So yeah, announces agreement to acquire Grid. Okay. It's a nice bounce for HIMS, though, guys. That's a nice bounce. So, okay, so with the BSFC, what I'm going to do is put, first of all, a couple of price alerts. Well, one right here, okay? I mean, I know it's far away, it's far from the current price, but you can kind of see that if it can take out that 368, look at all the room it's got. I know it might be a stretch, but it may not be, just because of the float, a million in the float. Hey, you know what else is not dead? Still not dead, guys, is the MLGO. I'm pretty amazed that it's still hanging in there. It's above yesterday's high now. MLGO still above now it's above yesterday's high. Now, why can you see it doubling in 3 months, Brandon? What is it? It's hard for me to read that symbol. Is it INSG? INSG. So let's take a look at INSG. So why can you see this doubling in the next 3 months, Brandon? You're posting that in our YouTube room, just out of curiosity. Or sorry, yeah, why can you see that doubling in the next 3 months? William. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do now is get the layout I'm using once this market opens. So give me a moment here. Now, John. Yeah, but you know where I'm coming from, John. You're absolutely right. All right, guys, give me a moment as I adjust some things on my other monitor. And now get all this crazy, there we go. And now I can drop these down. Well, not trying to dump on you, Brandon, okay? Well, I don't think any, well, okay, look, you're right. I mean, it's had a nice trend up. It's sort of basing. No volume today at all. I have no idea. What do they do? Mobile hotspots, communications equipment. It doesn't trade very much. When does it have earnings? July 31st. So about a month from now, it has earnings. But good luck. Oh, you don't own anything. Okay, well, but why would you think it would double in 2 months or in 3 months? Just out of curiosity. So Gardy got halted because of news, right? GRDI got halted because of news. Oh, this is the one. This is Grid. Oh, okay. So wow, this is going to probably pop up, isn't it? So CleanSpark is acquiring these guys. Okay. Okay, guys, a couple of minutes before the market opens. Again, if you have our AI, this is all I would do. Okay, just look at this screen all day long. Use it like a watch list. How to load that screen? Click on New from the toolbar. There are three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is the window you're going to see. Notice there's nothing in here yet. There will be no alerts until at least 9:40. That is by design. And if you click on, if you see filter, the filter box, my opinion, it should say none. There's a little down arrow. Uncheck anything, okay? In my opinion, you should see the alerts all day long, regardless of whether they're below the alert price or not. That's my opinion. You, of course, can do what you want to do, but that's my opinion. Now we have a minute to the open. Okay, guys. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Now, typically, I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. IP, guys. IP is trying to, holding a nice level here, trying to come back here. The reason it's down is because a company called SUZ out of Brazil, who was looking maybe to buy them, has basically said we're not going to. And so that caused IP to drop, caused SUZ to move up. Just give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, we're now open for business. Okay, guys, the BSFC. Now it may just go without me. I mean, if it just powers up, it could power up without me, but it depends how aggressive you want to be. Yeah, there it goes, guys. There goes BSFC. Morning, James, in our YouTube room. Meanwhile, the star over the last few weeks is really starting to fade now. And you guys know which one I'm talking about? Probably. And that's the NNE. PayPal, guys. PayPal. Is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play, but PayPal's getting hit a little bit here. PayPal, PYPL. Now, mildly, it's only down about 1%, but something's happening with PayPal right now. PYPL, guys. I don't see any headline on it. Really didn't do much in the pre-market. Yeah, PayPal's really getting hit here. I think I forgot to mention CASI, guys. CASI. I'm pretty sure I did. It's on the list that I posted, but here's CASI now. CASI's pre-market high was about 572, and it had some news about, yeah, so an IND. That's right. This is the news I saw first. Company received a preliminary non-binding proposal letter from the CEO and Chairman Wei Wu to acquire its business operations in China. Okay, so that is a couple of headlines for CASI, CASI. Yeah, I mean, there's the high looking left for BSFC is 368. That's the high in the daily chart. Takes that out, 397. Let me back this out. There you go. Now it's a little more clear. And here are your fantasy levels way up here. There's the 200-day moving average. And it's all about the float, guys. About $1 million in the float. Wow, look at IP now, guys. Look at IP rallying a little bit. Not a little bit. That's a big rally now. Shoot. Now, I'm wondering if has HIMS come up with any refutation of that report? Let's take a look at HIMS and see if there's anything. I'm just looking to see if the companies come out and try to defend themselves. I don't see anything, but certainly that's a great bounce. I mean, that's almost back to the close of yesterday. I mean, it's getting closer to the close of yesterday. All right, well, there goes the BFSC, guys. Now, look what happened, though. Popped up, came right back down. Nice to hear that RFS in our YouTube room. Whoa, WBA continues. Sounds like a sports organization. But anyway, WBA, is this an all-time low now? This is an all-time low now for WBA. Wow. They will let you pay the difference RFS, but you might want to just stick around or stick with the standard for a while. Okay, I don't think there's any mad rush. NXL guys, NXL, NXL. NXL, look at this one now. So the high yesterday was around 4. There's another one on the way down here. Elan, wow, some nice ones on the way down. Elan is on the, wow, it's got room too. Look at the low, the next low looking left on the weekly chart is around 1310. So this has room still. It's early though. So this is the reason, as the company expects boxed warning in the US label for its skin disease drug for dogs. What? Okay. Well, look at Elan now, guys. I mean, there are some early alerts on the breakdowns. I'm just too early for me to act, but if you're less conservative than I am, I mean, some of these are excellent already. There's the Elan 1560, 1485 now. This is on the 10-day daily breakdown. And yes, I am sharing it from my homepage. Analysis on, well, I can tell you about Oklo a little bit. I mean, that's of course all to do with NNE. Yeah, so right now NNE is dropping, right? RFS. So that's kind of the same sector. This is the only reason I was looking at OKLO before. So until NNE stops dropping, but NNE is dropping. So, and VLCN, it's not the same sector though, is it? Yeah, so yeah, I really have nothing to add on this one. I mean, it's the low a couple of days ago. It's approaching that low. There's NXL guys now over 3. And then CPOP was a big one yesterday, as I recall. It was a big, okay, it was 2 days ago, it was a big one, but it sold off. So really, I mean, it's not trading very much. So hard to know what's going to happen today. Only 25,000 shares. But definitely on the OKLO, it's all to do with NNE. Wow. So Elan got halted on the way down. Wow. Look at the SPY, guys. Look at this SPY. What a move. What a move. Opening. Now there are lots of action economic calendar today. So we had durable goods at 8:30. So we're obviously past that. I didn't even see this. Initial jobless claims was at 8:30. What was the reaction? So it was good. Pending. So the next big deal is at 10 o'clock, pending home sales. Okay. And natural gas inventory, that's typical at 10:30. Nobody's talking today. No Fed presidents are talking today. There is an auction at 1 o'clock, $44 billion 7-year note auction. So the next big deal is at 10 o'clock, the pending home sales. Oh, I can't make any so RFS, I'm not a financial advisor. If you're asking me if you're in them and should you keep them, I can't, I really can't, I can't make any recommendations one way or the other. The only thing I can say is that, did you have a stop when you got into them? When you get into a trade, you have to have a stop price where you're going to get out if it's not working. So I have no idea if you actually did that or not. Okay, guys, GovX, GOVX. The high of 3 days ago, it's approaching that, 317. See if there's any news on this one. I don't see any specific news on this one. There might have been some news back here that started its little upward move. Yeah, it's up 18 yeah, 0.19%. I don't mean the SPY is, I'm just looking at this candle here, BJ. Nice big wide green candle to start the day. That's all. I'm not saying that it's up 5%. Oh man, look at GovX now, guys. Did not take it. This is from RAI at 273. I did not take it. It's a little too early for me, but this is just ripping here now. GOVX. Surprised this did not get halted. This is a halt on the way up or down. GTBP on the way down. Okay. Elan is not out of its halt yet. It should be out in about 30 seconds or so if it's a 5-minute halt. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, so Elan opened and it opened a little bit down, pretty extended down though, guys, but it still has room. I mean, 1320 is the next low looking left. Yeah, I can see with the number of people in the room, definitely having problems, people logging in. Depends where you're logged in, PJ. There was an error this morning. Definitely, there was definitely an error. Okay, man, oh man, I'm missing the boat on this one. NXL. NXL guys. So the next high looking left, 405. That was the high of yesterday, actually. NXL. That was a high yesterday. All right, now GovX might give us a, if you didn't get in the first time, GovX may give us something a little bit later. Reason being, looking at that weekly chart, you've got all this area up here, 450. Yeah, I think there's a high in the daily chart though. Let me see. Maybe not. No, it's above that. It's above the high. It was that high right there that I was not worried about, but wondering if we could take it out. So the next high in the weekly chart is up here at 450. Now, how about that high flare that we were thinking, or I was thinking might be the one? May not be the one. Okay. There is BSFC. So it got up. Oh, this is the one that I was thinking about that got up to that high right there of 368. And look what it did. 372 basically stalled right at that high there. So that could be it for the day. But definitely GovX still has some room. Okay, guys, IP is interesting to me on this short here now. Yeah, I did see that. I did see that BlackBerry had earnings. Yeah. Now, before people say, wait a minute, they don't have any phones anymore. Of course, they don't, but it's a software company now. It's been like that for years now. Rest in peace. So, yeah, I mean, it's got room. It's got room to suit 76, I guess. That high right there. Well, 253 is the next high looking left. Big float, over $500 million in the float. Yeah, great run, 14%. No question about it. Big run. Okay, guys. Cassie, what is Cassie doing? I'm seeing it in the breakout. Okay, I know I saw Cala in the pre-market. I didn't, I don't know. I know I didn't talk about it at all. 2.7 million in the float. Kala, K-A-L-A. Next high looking left is 680. So there's a little bit of room. The 200-day moving average is just above it at 725. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm again talking internally. We're really trying to get a couple of things done for next week. Now, there is a promo code, a new one. You got 25% off. I'll talk about that in about 20 minutes from now. All right, so now the second 15-minute candle is red, kind of wiping out that first 15 green candle. And there is housing numbers, I think, coming on at 10 o'clock. Some housing numbers at 10 o'clock. All right, guys, Kala, K-A-L-A, low float, getting closer to that number right there of 703. And even getting close to that 200-day moving average of 725. So guys, I flipped the script in my head anyway for the IP. Okay, I was looking to short this. Came in on our AI, but to me, it's a strong recovery now, pretty strong recovery. I'm watching to see what it does at 43. All right, see how much room this has to run here for IP. Okay, guys, I'm just watching the IP right here. I'm in it. I don't want to see it go down below 43. If it does, I'm out. All right, trying to hold 43. It's basically where I bought it. Oh, okay. Let me see here now. All right, I'm out. See if it takes out 43 again, and then I'll may take one more look at it. Well, you can see what Cala did, guys. It got right into that high here, 703. It got up to 707, and it is really sold off. So what did it do, though? What did it pull back to? Let's take a look. The VWAP is 625, so it actually got below the VWAP on that pullback. That was it, Alex. Yeah. The strong trend. I might look at it again over 43, but you didn't see the same thing. That's fine. But I'm looking at it again over 43. This time I'll have to break 43 a little bit more, though. But listen, it has, if it doesn't fit your trading style or plan, certainly don't follow me. Well, IP got hammered down because a company called SUZ out of Brazil, this was the rumor they were going to buy them. And now SUZ said we're not going to. So consequently, IP fell. IP fell. Yeah, I'm still liking it. It just has to hold 43 in a big way and maybe get back up to 43.18. And I might get me back in. If it doesn't, I'll just move on. Obviously it's got the room. But it was sort of the sticker shock of the merger being called off, or SUZ saying we're not looking at you anymore. Volume is still huge right here. Look at that volume for IP. All right. Well, what else is going on? I guess the BSFC, disappointing for me anyway. I was really hoping it at least hold in this area and would be the one that would have the big, huge run. Still might later on, but doesn't look as good now. No, that's interesting. GRDI got hammered down. Really? I thought they're supposedly bought by Clean Spark in an all stock deal. I don't know what's going on here then, unless it's buying at a way lower price. Yeah, I saw Ader, but first I want to look at GovX. Okay, key level right there, guys. Key level. 428 is the 200-day moving average. You can see it's bumping right into it. That blue line on my chart, bumping right into it. And it didn't get really through it. If it does get through it, the next high is 450. Man, here's another crazy one. I'll get to ADR in a second here, but look at IVVD, guys. IVVD, another crazy one. Probably a low float. Not a low float. 95 million in the float. Probably coming into resistance around that 180 mark, or could be coming into the resistance around the 180 mark. Well, I guess it didn't matter. I guess it did not matter, that 200-day moving average so far. So you were asking about ADR. I know ADR. I saw ADR. Yeah, there it is, 251. Last time I saw it. Okay, so it's, yeah, so quite erratic. I mean, you can see that it got up to 360 in the pre-market, then it completely dropped all the way down to 2. That's a big drop percentage-wise. Maybe if it gets back over 255, but when you look left, I mean, looking left, to me anyway, it looks like there's pretty tough resistance not that far away, to me. Is this Smuckers? No. Okay. SM Energy is getting hit here, guys. SM Energy, SM is getting hit. Next low looking left is around 40.77 on the weekly chart. All right. Yep. No, I'm wrong. 42.94. 42.94. So if it takes out 43 and 42.94, then the next low is 40.70 or so. Okay, I'm watching GovX to see how well it can hold over 4 and then get back up to that 200-day moving average. Now, also looking at SM, looks like the 200-day moving average is just below it, about 40 cents below it. Keep an eye on GovX, guys, as it attempts to get through that 200-day moving average again. GovX, GOVX. There it is, right at that 200-day. It broke through it really like nothing earlier. Let's see if it does it again. Challenging the high of the day now, guys. The next high is 450. Wow, GovX now, guys. GovX through that 200-day moving average, approaching 450 right there. 450 right there. That's the high in the weekly chart. What did it got up to 460. All right, so IP did not take out 43 again. All right, so Riven. Okay, so Shady, I guess you were long it. I don't know what you're doing now. This has been a little bit choppy. Got up to 14.18. All right, Bros. Let's take a look at Bros, BROS. Not an earnings play. Okay, I'm looking to see if it's an earnings play. Let's see if there's any news on it. Don't see any news on it. There's some news on the 24th. Some guy getting appointed to the board, but other than that, I don't see any news on Bros, BROS. Boy, GovX, guys, is still strong. Still strong. We have to start looking now, a little longer term here. Past this high here. Let me look at a monthly chart. So on a monthly high, we've got $6. Okay, I'm not saying it's getting there, but that is the next high on a monthly chart, $6. And that was back in January, right at the beginning of the year. Give me one moment, please. All right. Levi's an earnings play. Let's see if it's moving down. Yeah, not really doing too much, guys. Levi's an earnings play. LEVI got hit hard on earnings, down 16%. So listen, I mean, I know I talked about Ader. To me, it looks like there could be some resistance right about where it is. I mean, if it pops through all this, yeah, it's got some room. But wow, look at GovX now, guys. Boy, 5 will be an interesting level for it to try to get through. GovX, GOVX. There's news on this one. I don't see any news. All right, now FTEL got halted on the way down. Wow, look at this one. Got hammered down here, guys. Volume in GOVX has not abated. It's still strong. Looking at these 15-minute candles. But FTEL got hammered down for some reason. That's a big drop, guys. I mean, this was a $40 stock, down to 32. So I don't know what happened. Anybody see any news on this FTEL? I don't see any headline hitting me at Interactive Brokers, so I can't tell what's happened with this one, FTEL. But there's obviously something going on. Well, it's interesting because they actually had to put out a release yesterday saying shares are trading higher despite a lack of company-specific news. That was yesterday. Okay, that was yesterday. I don't know if this is just a massive amount of profit taking or what's going on with FTEL. All right, guys, MLGO. Can it challenge that high of 2 days ago? On the move here, guys. MLGO on the move. It's above yesterday's high. Broke way above yesterday's high now. Wow, GovX is right back up. Okay, after that big pullback. What did it pull back to? Let's see if it pulled back to anything interesting, as in the VWAP 389. You know, that's what it did. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure when that started, though. It may not have pulled all the way back to VWAP at 389. I don't think it did. I think it was always over 4. Well, guys, I mean, if it takes out 5, I mean, this is just since what a move now again. I guess says okay, SM. Was it halted? No, it wasn't halted. It moved down big way, SM. Now look what it did. It got right into the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average 42.73, and it got to 42.61. So far, that blue line you see on my daily chart, that is a 200-day moving average. So far, that has acted as support. So far. Oh, is that what it is? Wow. Thank you for that analysis, William, regarding CLSK and the GRDI. So that's why GRDI just sank coming out of the halt, the news halt. You're saying they're paying 75 cents a share for them? All right, guys, 10:17. Now, I had a problem with my home page. Let's see if it has been fixed. No, still not fixed. So I'm going to have to give out another link. So just give me a moment. Come on. Okay, guys, so I'm going to talk a little bit about what you'll find on my home page. So this, hopefully that works. Yeah, promo code Freedom25 for 25% off. You know what? That link in YouTube, I think it ran into the off. So just give me a moment. So I don't think that's going to be clickable. This will be clickable though, okay? I don't think I have the same problem in the main room. Okay, so there is the link you have to use to get on my homepage right now. Okay, I just popped it in there, the one that says tradeideas.com/Barry Anderson. So when you, and there's the promo code you can use, Freedom25. That'll get you 25% off the first month only. Okay, or the entire year. Now notice it says Barry 15. It hasn't been changed yet on my homepage, but use Freedom25. You'll get 25% off first month only or the entire year. Okay. And as always, please use the promo code. Again, Freedom25. You'll click on my homepage link. You'll get to this page. Don't use Barry 15. Use Freedom25. And again, it really helps to use my code. If you do use my code, this will really help to keep this room free, okay? It is a free room. And it's kept free by people taking out subscriptions using my code. The room gets credit for the subscription. It's really that simple. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos. It starts off with the download and install, your first startup and login. Scrolling down a bit, important introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows, okay? 10 short videos covering most of the important aspects of trade ideas. If you are new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. A series of videos, not third party. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put all these together. Okay, so and it's all free, a series of videos that I think can help anybody who is brand new to trading. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. Trader of the week is also free. You can sign up for it right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is a big education section I got here. Ooh, I see. So that, in fact, I'm wondering. Okay, so that's okay. Okay, my scans are, so that's what they were saying. Yeah, the education section is broken also. Okay. Yeah. Oh, now it's okay. Just give me a moment. So I know they were having a database problem, so maybe my original link is working too. But anyway, the education section is now working, okay? So here's the user guide, big user guide. Don't have to learn everything, of course, in this user guide, but I would certainly do the getting started. More in detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You'll notice I'm running 3 stock races. This gives you tells you exactly how you can create your own price alerts. And if you want to create your own symbol list, like a watch list, here's information on how to do that, okay? But there is, of course, more information here. You do not have to learn everything that's in this guide. Wow, look at MLGO now, guys. Here's the getting started again and daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern time. One or the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today's Thursday. It should be Steve Gomez. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. Sometimes he and Andy switch, but I will confirm that before I do take my break. And last, yay, everything's working now. Okay, my link is working now too. Okay, and this is what I'm talking about. So now I can hand out the Barrie homepage. Good. Everything seems to be working again. Thank you, dev guys. So if you're looking for my scan, click on my homepage link and you'll see the middle section. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. Oh, yes, MLGO, just ripping here, guys, now. My next real look is on the GovX over 5. So here are the three races that I'm sharing right here, okay? Here are the 3 races right at the top, 1, 2, 3. Here is the halts resumes over here. I am sharing other scans that you cannot see. They're on my other monitors. I'm not trying to hide them on purpose. I just don't want to overwhelm the main monitor with, a lot more scans. It's that simple. But I am sharing a lot of other scans that you can take a look at. You heard me talk about the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakouts. They're right here. I think, Conrad, it's to July the 7th. I believe it's to July the 7th. I'd have to check the email that went out, but I think that's when it's good until. Question was, how long is the Freedom 25 code good until? And I think it's July the 7th. Let me just do a quick look. I'll have to check my email. And the answer is July the 8th. Okay, good till July the 8th. Wow, what a morning again, guys. Okay, here's another one just showing up. Well, you know what? Why don't I just show you? First of all, explanation about if you're brand new to the room, welcome to the room. There are 2 rooms I moderate. There's a YouTube room, and then there's what I call the main room. Both rooms hear me and see my screen. The main room, it's a lot more activity among other traders talking amongst themselves, okay? Or posting them. I'm the only one who talks. So I will put that link in. If you want a little more action with other traders, you can always come into the main room. Otherwise, you can stay in YouTube. Okay, but there is a link to get into the main room, as I call it. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. This is an example of a scanner, okay? Now, we also screen. There are a lot of screening programs out there. Nothing wrong with screening programs, but if you're looking for a real-time alert scanner, this is it. I right-click on this alert window, click on Configure, and click on the summary. So this is the screening aspect. Of course, we can screen for stocks. Now, here it is. If I'm looking for stocks in this scanner. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $100. Current volume has to be at least 3. That means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. Let's call it 10:30 Eastern time right now. This is why I call a momentum scanner, because the volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% or normal, and in 5 minutes, at least 400% or normal, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was for Rito, RETO, at 10:25. It is now 10:20, almost 10:28 now. So since then, about 3 minutes, there has been no stock that has met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That's how this works, okay? And this is this scanner. Now, if you like this scanner the way it is, of course you can have it. It's on my homepage. But as with any scanners that are on my homepage, if you want to make an adjustment, of course you can. For instance, you may not like that price range. You may want a different, you may want to change something. You may want to add a filter that you like. If you have to have a program, of course, but you might scroll down our list of filters to see maybe there's a special filter that is a favorite of yours. Maybe you want to add it in. Otherwise, you can just take it the way it is. That's completely up to you. Now, if I click on search, at the top here, these are all of the real-time alerts that we do have, okay? Now, by far, the two most popular ones are the new high of the day and the new low of the day, and you can see ADR. Now, somebody asked me about ADR before, and I thought this level could be the resistance. It may pop right through it now, though. You can see what's happening. These are all real-time alerts, okay, for ATER. It's meeting all the filter requirements, and it's making a new high of the day. And you can see every time it does, it's going to you're going to see it right here. So new high of the day, new low of the day, the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got. But if I scroll down, you can see we have a lot of other real-time alerts. If I keep scrolling, when you get to these icons, these are the filter icons. So please, if you're looking at this for the first time, don't think that you have to learn all of these real-time alerts and all the filters, okay? And so you might be saying, well, this program is way too hard. How am I going to learn them all? Well, the good news is you do not have to learn them all. For instance, I only use a couple. I use the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of the filters. And why? It doesn't mean the rest of them that I don't use are bad. It just means that for my trading style, that's all I need. So you have to, of course, if you're brand new to trading, you may not know what your trading style is going to be. That's why we have a simulator, a real-time simulator that you can use. All you need is our standard service, and you can practice trading to figure out, okay, what should my trading style be? So again, you do not have to learn all of these real-time alerts and all of the filters. The only reason there are so many of them is because when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So of course, they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all those different filters to satisfy the majority of our customers. All sorts of different trading styles are out there. So what we've tried to do as a company is create enough different real-time alerts and filters so the majority of our customers can be satisfied if they to create their own scan using what we've got. Now, possibility we don't have something that you want. Sorry, it's that we've got a lot of real-time alerts though and filters. And again, I think for the absolute majority of our customers, they are satisfied. All right, what's happened since I started talking about all this? The Elan still moving down, guys. Elan still moving down. Still has a little bit of room on the weekly chart, 1323, about $1 on that weekly chart. Now, Jefferies is an earnings play, guys. Jefferies Financial Group, JEF, is an earnings play. Nice reaction to earnings so far. And guess what? All-time high. All-time high. So somebody's asking what's happening with Alt, and somebody put some news, a rumor that their weight loss drug may be better than the current GLPs. So that's your answer, Edward. That's in our YouTube room. What is happening with ALT? And here it is. Traders circulate a New York, come on guys, we do have spell check. New York Post article. New weight loss drug may be better than Ozempic. Here's how. Okay. So that's a rumor that's being circulated. Take it for what it's worth. Well, I say this often, but that is one big wow, guys, for the MLGO. And I'm not talking about today. I mean, it has been so strong ever since it had that pop. Remember, this was a $1.77 stock back June the 3rd. Okay. Sitting now at 23. The wow for me is the fact that it had the pop the next day, and then it, okay, fizzled out. That looked like it could have been over. Then it had another pop the next day here. And, again, I can't remember if there was any specific news on this one. But I mean, other than the fact that it's a China stock and it's low float, this has just been maintaining. That to me is the wow. The fact that it's maintained this move. And now, it's taken out that high of 2 days ago. That was another key level. Boy, it takes out 24. I mean, I don't know where it was going. Let's take a look at a monthly chart. Monthly chart for this one is probably going to look. Oh, yeah, wow. I mean, now again, guys, this was not a. Just give me a moment. This was not a. Can't even see it now because of my price alert. Wow. Oh, that is one big wow, guys. Now, now again, this was not a stock that was up to $715. Okay, if you're thinking this did a bunch of reverse splits, probably. So this is reverse split adjusted. But now your next high, looking left, reverse split adjusted, is 156. Nobody's saying it's getting there, but this is what traders are looking at, of course. And the spread has not been terrible, at least when I've been doing stuff with it. The spread has not been terrible. Yesterday, the spread was awful. But, I mean, it hasn't been terrible. It's widening a little bit now. But, I mean, that's for a stock that is moving so rapidly, it's not the worst spread in the world. And again, this is a blue screen you see here. Wow. Interactive Brokers, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, just give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys, just answering an email. Okay, so let me explain what the races are, okay? Now, I was really a fan of the races when they first came out, or maybe maybe a couple of months after they first came out, okay? And then I abandoned them for, I don't know, 6 months or so. But I'm starting to use them again, and I'm really liking them again, okay? So let me explain what the races are all about. So first of all, if you go to my homepage and you click on the guide, you'll see there is a section on TI racing. So everything I'm going to say, and I'm mentioning the section on TI racing because it's all covered there. I will go over it now, but I mean you're going to forget most of what I say. But if you want to create your own race and find out, the theory behind racing and why maybe you can use it, I don't want to say should use it, but if it suits your trading style. It's probably especially if you're new, and I'll explain this because you'll see there's a top 10 list that is automatically created. So first of all, let me explain the races. So I run 4-minute races. Now you can run whatever time period you want. Okay. I picked 4 minutes a long time ago and I'm sticking with it. So right now, MLGO, since the race started, 2.5 minutes ago, or almost 3 minutes ago, has moved 3.88%. It has moved the most since the race started. That's why MLGO is right at the top here, okay? Doesn't mean it's going to remain there because we still have a minute left. Like any other race, some other stock can maybe surpass it, or maybe this has a pullback, okay? Now, you don't have to wait for a race. See, look at ELEV. It's challenging that the leaderboard right at the very top. So you don't have to wait for, number one, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on it, okay? Just, for instance, ELEV. I haven't seen this one all day. Click on it. See what's happening. Maybe it's setting up for your trading style for a potential trade. Okay, you don't have to wait for the race to be over in order to click on it. Now you see what happened. It's now taken over the lead. So what happens is when this race is over, there will be a winner. And that's how this top 10 list is created. It's made up of the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. You can see the number one position is GovX. GovX won 8 races today. MLGO has won 3. You can see right now that ELEV has not won a race, but it will win this race. And so now it'll be added. It'll be added right there. Okay. Number 8. And so what happens is a top 10 list is created. And so if you're new to trading, this would be a great way just to focus on these stocks. Never mind all the other noise of everything else that's happening. These are very active stocks. So why are we seeing these stocks? If I right click, open a top list. So the race is always based on a top list. And you can, of course, create your own top list with your parameters. Look at MLGO now. Wow, 25. So if I right click on the top list and click on configure, this is what my top list window is looking for. So if stocks are between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be a symbol that'll show up on the top list. Okay. And notice that from every top list, I can right click and I can launch this. I can launch the race. Well, that's what I've done. So before we had races, if you click, every one of these column headers is sortable. So right now, if I want to find out the stocks that are up the most from today's opening print, I can click on that little icon. That is a change from the open. So it's telling me that GovX is up 78%, MLGO is up 25% from the open. Okay, the first trade of the day, it's up that amount. If I want to click on the ones that are up the most from yesterday's close, I can click on that symbol, on that header. I'll keep it here though. So that's all well and good, but what would happen if, say ATEX right here? Maybe look at ATEX. It is up 8.3% right now. But what if all of a sudden it started to move and then was up 9%, 10%, 11%, 15%, 20%? How would you ever know that? It's kind of buried in this list, something that is even way further down. It's starting to move, buried in the list. Plus, it'd be crazy to have to stare at a list of stocks and see if anything is moving. That's what the race does. You don't have to worry, or you don't have to think about, well, I wonder what stock is really moving in this list, because that's what the race does. It just takes a look at that list and says, okay, from the start of the race, what stock is moving the most? So right now, Cavill up 5.28%. Okay. So you can click on it, see what's happening. And it's challenged the high of the day. And now the idea is, over the course of the day, you can now start clicking on some of these symbols that won races before and seeing what they're doing. Is it possible that BSFC could have a bit of a comeback? Well, there is the VWAP at 306, so it's well below the VWAP. But what if it was, down into this 3 level, okay, holding the VWAP area? If you're that style of trader that likes to take a look at stocks that are near the VWAP to see if they bounce off, then, you could have clicked on BSF, you would have clicked on BSFC, and let's pretend it was up in that area, and you could have, made up your determination. Do I want to take the trade because it looks like the VWAP is holding, as an example? Or maybe there's a moving average that you like, that it's coming into. Steve Gomez, who will be in our YouTube room today, he loves this moving average, the 10 SMA. That's that blue line you see here on the 15-minute chart. He looks at that and says, okay, can the stock hold that and act as support and bounce off it? Now, these are stocks that are, they're very, very volatile. So I also have 2 races, though, they're not as volatile. You'll notice that the percent moves. This is large cap gainers from the start of the race. So what I did here in the large cap gainers is I added 2 filters. I made sure I had a market cap of at least 500 million and a minimum float of 50 million. So typically you're not going to get, massive percentage moves. And this is just the reverse. Stocks are moving down. Large cap stocks moving down. Half a billion market cap minimum, and a minimum of 50 million float. I don't have those filters in here. So again, a top 10 list is presented to you automatically. And so these stocks are probably a little less frantic to trade, which again, may be better if you're starting out. These are wonderful to trade when you get on the right side, not so great when you get on the wrong side. Look at MLGO now. You hear me say this all the time. You may have taken this at, I don't know, maybe 23 and said, oh man, it took out 25. It looks like it's just going to keep moving higher and higher and higher. Let me go downstairs and make some toast and come back. It's only going to take a minute. Well, look what happened in a minute. This is a 15-minute chart, but I know this was a pretty rapid drop, and it is now halted on the way down. So you cannot wander away from your computer if you're in one of these low float stocks. Okay? You cannot do it. Don't even go away for 10 seconds, because this is the type of thing that can happen. And you might say, well, it's okay though, I had a stop in place. Problem with it is on some of these, they can just accelerate right through your stop. So let's just say you had 500 shares of this. Maybe you only get out 100 shares, because it just piles right through, it just pours right through your stop, and you can't get out your full position. So what I would be saying is that if I were watching this, and it's rapidly moving down, I'm bailing, okay? That would be probably before my stop. So take a breath now. Now let's see where it opens now. MLGO. So what was the halt price? It was at 21.50, sorry, 21.95. So it opened a little bit lower, but it looks like it wants to climb back. Boy, this HIMSS now, I mean, it's been very choppy. Let's see if they've come out and defended the stock. So this is the news that hit HIMSS, okay, in the pre-market. This company called Hunterbrook. Never heard of them. Add to the list of the short sellers out there that write these reports. And it's amazing that HIMSS has not come out with anything yet, but I'm sure they're going to, because this company claims that they're selling a GLP, an obesity injection, obesity drug injection that is not US FDA approved. And you can see right there, HIMSS did not immediately respond. You guarantee they're going to respond. Absolutely guarantee they're going to respond. Now, what effect that's going to have on the market, who knows? But they're going to respond at some point. But that is a pretty, that's an aggressive stance, that this Hunterbrook is taking. I mean, to make that claim. Meanwhile, Elan just made another new low. Now that's coming right into the 200-day moving average. Now, will that hold at 1409? It's sitting right on it. And they had news also. They have to put a warning label on its dermatitis treatment for dogs that could slow down adoption. Okay, guys, let's see. I'm still kind of looking at it, the IP later on. If it takes out 43, it's at 42.64 right now. I still have a price alert set up there. It may happen later. Let's take a look at KNOP and see what it is doing. So KNOP on the move on a monthly chart, it's got a ton of room. But let's get back to a weekly and see if there's any shorter. Well, I can't see any resistance on the weekly chart. So I guess it has a shot to the 10 level. Pretty extended right now, though. And also not a lot of volume, only 140,000 shares, 5 times normal, but that is not a lot of volume. So this TEM has had an interesting, this is an IPO back here. So that is 2 weeks ago, an IPO of 2 weeks ago, Tempus, TEMP, Tempus AI, so obviously an AI play. Didn't do too badly the first day, but then the next day, or the next week anyway, so it got down to 28.54 from 43, so that's a big drop. Trying to come back, though, a little bit, over 30. You can see on the daily chart, it's trying to come back. The next high in the daily chart is 31.20. That is for the TEM. Uh-oh, hopefully, oh no, I hope I did not. Oh, I didn't. Good. I thought I closed you guys down. Couldn't find you. Okay, so now I don't have to hand out the code, guys. So there it is, okay? It's right here, Freedom 25, 25% off, first month only or the entire year. It's right there at Barry 25, okay? Meanwhile, guys, Elan still is moving down on that news. They have to put a warning label. I mean, that looks like the only reason. I mean, I guess they didn't have to do it before. But it's sitting right on that 200-day moving average. Well, it's a little bit below it now. 1409, just a little bit below it. Well, is now below it. It is now below the 200-day moving average and also that 14 level. And that is Elan. Yeah, so the person who asked about Ader, I mean, look, it is true. It is true now, that level. So now here was this was the news. Actually, this was the news after hours yesterday. Okay. Jump on second quarter revenue guidance and executive changes. So that was the news after hours yesterday. And I guess that caused the pop after hours. You know, it was very erratic, though. I mean, look, it got even pre-market today, 360, but then it pulls all the way back down to 219. I mean, that's a massive percentage move down. And now it's trying to recover. And it's a low float, 8 million in the float. So, I mean, the person who asked, I can't remember if it was in what room it was, but, you know, don't let me influence. I mean, all I can do is say, well, this is what I see. And I thought there could be some resistance right about where it is, in fact. Wow. We don't have Walgreens in Canada, but I know when I lived in the States for that 1 year, saw them all over the place, and sinks to a near 3-decade low after forecast cut, closing stores. And also some executives said our business model is not sustainable. Our current pharmacy model is not sustainable. I mean, that's a direct quote from a Walgreens exec. So now we are talking about a lifetime low, never mind a 3-decade low. Well, I don't know how far back we go. We probably don't go back 30 years, but for all intents and purposes, this is a lifetime low. So guys, the GovX, this could be one of those ones. I mean, it may happen sooner than later, but later on in the day, but it may happen sooner than later. You know, one of these ones that we talk about that later on in the day, you know, after 1 o'clock, 1:30 or so Eastern time, they kind of rest for a while and then they surge, but it may happen sooner than later. It may not happen at all, of course. I have an alert set up at the $5 level for GOVX. Okay, you guys are talking about GME. Let's see, GME. Yeah, another. So the high last week was 29. This has nothing to do with GME really, but Ryan Cohen made $60 million selling Bed Bath & Beyond stock. This is yesterday. This is not new. I don't think there's any new news, but I mean, that's. All right, AVTE, I have no idea what happened here. Make sure this was trading as this. Yeah, this is the next day. So I have no idea what happened here to AVTE. I mean, this was a $24 stock and people waking up the next day to a $2 stock. Doing something today. The high here is 251. So there's a high of 170 is right there. It's hard to see. 170, 163, but so there's the key one right there, 251. And that's for the AVTE. See if we have any news on this one. So that would have happened on the 24th. Let me see if our news yeah, I don't see the reason for this. Maybe somebody can dig that up. I don't know what the reason is for this big, huge drop that day for AVTE. What do you mean by an update? You mean a revenue update or a guidance or William? Oh, on a drug trial. Okay. So obviously did not do well. Obviously. Okay. I mean, that's a massive drop. Thank you, Jim. Yeah, I couldn't find that in Interactive Brokers. Well, broken record, guys. Elan keeps making a new low after new low after new low. The next low looking left again on that weekly chart. Still has room, 1322, but 60 cents away. So it was a phase 2 that failed. Okay. Well, that was devastating. Imagine waking up to that, because there's just no clue that's going to happen. Looking at the trading before, I mean, in fact, look at the trading before for AVTE. Nice trend up. Here's the weekly. No real clue that anything like that was going to hammer the stock down. Okay, retail is showing up on my Momo scan, but I'm looking left and I'm thinking that there might be too much resistance not that far away. So I will take a pass. IP is, getting again close to that 42 level. 43 level. I mean, I'd love to short a land, but I just can't chase it. I could, but I won't. That was I didn't even know that. It was an AI alert also. Elan was an AI alert also, a short. So two nice ones so far. Obviously, the GovX is the star. I mean, it's up as we speak, 56% from the alert. But remember, it was almost at $5. So this is at 428 now. The land has moved 5.5% from the AI alert. There it was, 1460, 1380. And this is what I'm talking about with the GovX. We had the alert at 273 and it got up to almost 5. Just one moment, please. Yeah, this is going to just torture me. You're just going to torture me, Elan. You know, for those of you who've been in the room for a while, you know that I have the pig grunt sound on here. So every time I hear the grunt, 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 I look and it's always Elan. So this ALAR, guys, this is getting close to an all-time high. ALAR, I think this is the all-time high up here, 4094. That's pretty sure because I'm looking here. Its position in the lifetime range is at 94%. Israeli stock. What? Just give me a moment. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys, sorry. I'm trying to get to the bottom of a lot of the stuff that's going to be happening with this go, no go, which I know I'm teasing you guys about. Hopefully it'll be out next week. All right, so IP is still teasing us right at 42. Well, teasing me anyway, at 42. Now, I have no problem showing you this, what the chart's going to look like, because Michael showed it on Tuesday between 12 and 1. But I just want to give you a glimpse of what I'm looking at, and not believe it or not, but using a 5-minute chart. Okay, this is what I'm looking at on another monitor, and so when you see the ALRR, you see that little break there on that. It's sort of a light blue or a light green, depending on what you're seeing. Right there is where we could get an alert, and that would have been at 37.51. And again, it's not available yet. This is going to be, I know they're working on it feverishly to hopefully have it up and ready by next week. It will be an add-on though, but I'm probably for a week anyway. There'll probably be a trial on it, but it will be an add-on. And the reason it's an add-on is because it's not our product. Okay, we are licensing it from somebody else. But you remember I said that I had shorted HIMS in the pre-market. Well, this is what I saw. You know, this little break right there at that 20 level, and I wish I'd held all the way down here, but I did not. It'll be called Go No Go, but it's not available yet for you guys yet. Not because we don't want it to be available. There's still some things that have to be worked out, okay? But Michael is working on it. Yeah, grunt, grunt, grunt. Elan keeps making new lows. You know, here is another situation, guys, where, you know, I always talk about using the watch our AI like a watch list, because look what happened here. Let me make sure I'm right. Yeah. So Elan, we had an alert. You can see the down arrow right there on that 15-minute candle. Okay. That was the alert, and it was at 1460. But look what happened afterwards. It got right back up. Okay. And then it got back down. So you could have taken this even at a better, you know, if it met your trading style, you could have actually had a better entry had you waited maybe a little bit above that. Remember, this is a short. And especially, you know, when I'm looking at this, I probably would have looked at this as the break on 15, you know, as it came back down again. So that's why I'm saying use it like a watch list. But you know what? You wouldn't have seen this here if you have an AI and you have profitable trades checked, you would not have seen it here, okay? Because at this point, it was not a profitable trade. Well, Michael is trying to come up with a scan, an alert like a scanner. Yeah, it'll be. That's what he's trying to do right now on a 5-minute chart. But how I'm using it right now, to be honest, is I'm just looking at stocks that are trading abnormally, clicking on the alert, and then I've got my I've got that 5-minute chart on another monitor, and I'm seeing like what I'm seeing, how these colors change depending on the price. It is really interesting. I mean, it's not nothing is completely foolproof, of course, but I have been testing it for the last 3 days now. And I've been taking off at around 2:30, and so between 2:30 and 4, I have been really testing it, taking some. I've gone crazy on the number of shares I'm doing, but it is really, really interesting. What I'm finding more is it's keeping me out of situations that I may have gone in before, which is just as good. Okay, GovX has had a pretty big pullback now to the VWAP. Okay, 411 is the VWAP, so it's a little bit below the VWAP right now. Will it hold this area? And that's the other reason why I've gone to this style of chart. Okay, because the go no go has that style of chart. Okay, the open, high, low, and close. I like it, actually. I don't mind looking at this anyway. All right, guys, 11:20. So in about 40 minutes, I will be taking a break. So Steve will hopefully be taking over for me. Well, I'll confirm that. Either going to be Steve or Andy. Boy, some real stocks that just got crushed today. HIMS and WBA and Elan, just three off the top of my head, just getting crushed today. Meanwhile, TEM, let's take a look at TEM. Yeah, so it's pretty close to that next high. To me, if it can take out that 3120, so all I have to do is just put what did it get to today? Got up to 3125. So you can see kind of what's happened with TEM. It got up to that high of the 20th, kind of stalled right there. So the key then, I'm going to stick an alert up here in that area and see if it can take out that high later on. Because if it does, then the next high looking left is 37.75. A lot of room. So it's a healthcare technology company that is using AI, obviously. One moment, please. All right, just confirmed it'll be Steve today in our YouTube room, taking over for me in about 40 minutes. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. And he's also loves that blue line you see right there, the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. Yeah, this is almost, again, talked about this one. This is almost an all-time high now for the ALAR. They engage in the provision of zero trust access solutions. So we have zero trust. So in other words, we don't trust anybody, so we're going to help you with the software, I guess. Ooh, Zeta, Z-E-T-A. So let's look left on this one. So we got up to what, 1747. So pull back just a little bit, not much. 1735 is the next high. 1758 is the next high. And another one that is very close to a lifetime high. This looks like the lifetime high up here, 1858. So that is Zeta. Clang, clang. All right, guys, I have not had a new alert for quite a while. Tea time, you are right. All right, now this has been all over the place, guys, so you obviously still have to be awfully careful with it, but here is the MLGO trying to, I did okay early on this one, but I'm reluctant to try to figure out where to get in. Maybe, it's very, very whippy. Okay, guys. Again, I'm just talking with some of the guys at Trade Ideas right now. So MKC, let's say this is an earnings play, guys. MKC is actually an earnings play. I haven't even really looked at the market. So Dow is, I mean, nothing's really happening. SPY is down a little, Dow is up a little, NAS is down a little in terms of the overall market. Shady's NVDA. So let's take a look at NVDS. Must be moving higher because Shady is shorting NVDA. So again, and this is a pretty active scanner. The last alert we had was say 11:24, and we're now at 11:30. So very active scanner. So yeah, things have slowed down. Another earnings play, guys. The Simply Good Foods, okay, SIMPL, another earnings play. Didn't really see this in the pre-market, but again, look at the mixed reaction to earnings. When did they release? They released in the pre-market. Look at this mixed reaction. I mean, the initial reaction was, all right, we're up to $39. Market opens and boom. It went from being, pretty nicely positive to now a negative. Okay, IP. All right, over 43 again. Let's see if this time it can maintain over 43. If it can, I'll just forget about it for the day. It's only because of this, this big gap. One moment, please. All right, guys, IP worked. The second time it worked. So I'll show you. I will show you what I've been looking at. Okay. See what I'm looking at right there. See that little boom taking out all this right there, that 43 level? That's what I was looking at. Now you can see it here too, but this is, it's sort of a confidence booster for me. It's very possible. And there was a reason, there's a specific reason for it, but why we have a landline. Okay. Okay, guys. Let's see, what time is it now? About 25 minutes. Steve will take over for me. All right, DJ Mix. Let's take a look at Palantir. DJ Mix is long with a stop near the VWAP. Let's take a look at where the VWAP is. VWAP is at 2474. Ooh, that's pretty close. So you're trying to play this on a, now that was 11, yeah, that's only a minute ago. So you're trying to play this on some kind of a bounce. Yeah, well, your stop is very tight. So yeah, I mean, if you're talking the VWAP, so it's a dime away. Talking to DJ in our YouTube room. Oh, guys, there are shorts. Well, for me anyway, there are shorts available now at Interactive Brokers for Grail, GRAL, spinoff from Illumina 2 days ago. So there are now lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers anyway, 1 million shares. Interesting. Underneath 16. Let's say I want to short it right now, but this is now there's the low of 2 days ago when it started trading, 1511. Okay, I'm watching this one now, guys. It's Grail, Gral. See if it holds underneath 16. Now, Suze, SUZ, has taken off because of the IP deal being off. They have said they will not pursue a transaction involving International Paper. That is a Brazilian company. For me, it doesn't have enough room. A lot of volume, but big float too. Look at that float, 491 million. That's a big percentage pop with that float. So shareholders rejoicing, saying, we're glad you're not pursuing this deal with IP. And the IP people originally going, well, of course, because I guess they were going to be buying them up in this area, but not a bad little play for me so far over that 43 break. So we saw this one yesterday. Let's see what it's doing today. ECX, it did get up to 233 yesterday. You can see that big pop it had at 1 o'clock. Went from 2 to 232, pulled all the way back down. Okay, another cheap one, guys. KRON. Didn't see this in the pre-market really, but KRON. Well, I guess it's got some room. 135 or so is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Has to take out today's high, but see if there's any news on this one. KRON. I don't see any news. Not a low float, 47 million, so it's not a low float. Now, this has got some room. Okay, guys, this CFLT has got some room. Look left on the daily chart, and the next high is $30, a little over 30, so it's got room. It's not an earnings play. I'm trying to see if there's any specific news. It was recognized as the winner of the 2024 Microsoft OSS on Azure Global Partner of the Year. Okay, so I had a little bit of an award. And the Microsoft Partner of the Year for the third time in a row. All right. Boy, it's got room, guys. Yeah, I'm liking this one. I want to see how it hangs in this area. Relative volume isn't great, 0.75, so it's not great, but it's got that, just has that look. Oh, guys, the IP is giving me more now than I deserve. No, I deserve it. But seriously, I mean, it's giving me more than I thought. Well, depends how frugal you want to be. Probably not steak and lobster, but I probably could spring for a couple of Big Macs. All right, guys, 12 minutes till my break time. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the YouTube link in, okay, so that you can head over and listen to Steve when he shows up in about 12 minutes. Okay, guys, I've got out of most of my IP now, okay? I mean, I was amazed it got up to the 70s. So out of most of my IP, still continuing to watch the CFLT to see if it can get back into the 70s. Now, what is the market doing? So the market right now is trying to put in a green bar. So we had a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, an hour and a half of a sell-off. Now trying to put in a green bar right here. I don't think there's anything happening at noon in terms of economic indicator activity or the calendar. No, the next thing is at 1 o'clock. The results of the $44 billion 7-year note auction That will be the next thing that could affect the SPY or the market. Oh, nice trade then, DJ, in our YouTube room. Palantir, let's take a look at what it did. PLTR. Yeah, really nice. Really nice. Now, so you were playing a sort of a VWAP bounce, weren't you? You got close to the VWAP. There's the VWAP. Well, now the VWAP has moved higher, but that's a very nice little trade for you. Yeah, it's in our YouTube room. I mean, it still has some room. $26, yeah, on the daily chart. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement here. I'm not going to leave until Steve shows up, but just want to get ready. Okay, so I'll be on a break back around 1 p.m. ET. Really liking this CFLT. See, I like the way it's hanging in here, and liking it because of the room. Obviously, just because of the room it's got when you look left. And this news that this winning the Microsoft OSS thing, that was yesterday's news. Okay, that was not today's news, but I guess it's sort of a delayed reaction. Had a decent day yesterday based on that news. Actually, that news didn't happen until the market closed, though. At least what I can see. It looked like it was at 4 o'clock. Can't see the time here, but yeah, it looked like that was at 4 o'clock. So boy, did NXL ever give it up. Look at this, man. I mean, nice pop up to 337 and another. So it is a difficult, for me anyway, difficult intraday trader. Look at all these topping tails. You know, I mean, at one point the stock was way up here and then it just sells off. Very hard to, in my opinion anyway, to figure out how to trade this. Unless you wanted a short, and there were no shorts available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. ZIM making new lows. Okay, that's been a super active one the last few months, really. Yes, this is actually, yeah. Now the lows in the pre-market, 21.27. I wonder if that might hold it up a bit. But if it can take that out, 2070 is the next low. So 21.27, that would be about 50 cents away. It's just hard to know whether or not these lows in the pre-market will act as a bit of support for ZIM. Yeah, all out of my IP now, guys. Yeah, that was, again, it gave me a lot more than I actually thought it would. So pretty happy with that trade, the IP trade. Whoa, look at Wriggle, RIGL. I did see this a little earlier, but I didn't click on it. But man, what a run this has been on. Got as high as 1089, and it pulled back down to 10 now. Any news? I don't see any news on it. Yeah, not a great spread. Yeah, 993, 1011. Now, if it moves $2 for us, it won't matter. But yeah, not a great spread. Reverse split. Was that effective today? Yes. So this is a reverse split today. So, well, that's sort of the news. What was the ratio? A 1-for-10 reverse split today. Sorry, I had myself on mute. I'm sorry.
All right.
There you go. I'm sorry.
I'm clicking buttons.
Yeah, no, that was my fault. I had myself on mute. I I do that about 10 times a day. I put my,
Yeah.
because I'm
Yeah.
loading, my computer goes a little bit crazy. So I like to, anyway, how are you?
I'm good. I had a couple days off. I was up in Oregon. A lot of
Oh,
it was nice.
mm-hmm.
We went there like 3 years ago, and they were breaking heat wave records. So it was nice to be 20 degrees cooler. But yeah,
Yeah. Well, yeah, 3 days, yeah, 3 years ago is when we were doing the same thing up in
uh,
Vancouver. So,
yep.
yeah.
So it's nice to be back. Actually, swing trades did pretty good for me while I was gone. I kept a couple core positions, but what are you gonna do?
What are
Can't
you
keep
going to
my
do?
eye.
Well, I know what
Can't
I'm
I
going to
can't.
do.
Yeah, you're gonna take a break and clean the floors.
I actually it is. Yeah, I'm going to do some floor cleaning. I'm going to do some workout and all that. But I'm really excited about this go no go, Steve.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those things in which it's helping me actually keep out of trades that I may have thought I wanted to
Oh,
take.
yeah.
But it really is a very interesting concept. You've probably seen some of the things that I've been posting in our Slack channel.
Well, yeah. Do
And
you like the 2 minute or the 2 minutes too fast?
2 minutes is way too fast. I'm
Yeah.
I'm on a 5 minute. 2 minutes is way too fast for me.
Gotcha.
So, but even for me, I'm going down from a 15 to a 5. So that for me
Yeah.
is a big drop.
Yeah, it
But
is.
no, I'm really kind of excited about it.
Good.
The Ripster, I haven't really found a niche for me to really get into it. I don't know.
I think Ripster is great for the beginning trader to just kind of help them, follow the momentum and, have some areas of interest. But the go no go is definitely like driving more of a race car.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. So having said that, I will. Yeah, well, it's 12:02, so I'll try to be back at 5:02 to because I know you've got
Cool.
all that stuff happening at 1. So we'll see you in about 50 minutes, 55 minutes.
Sounds good.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank. All right, let's see. Hello, everybody. Wife and I like Lincoln City in the fall. Yeah, that's fun. My dad took me there when I was growing up, younger. My mom lives in Medford. I can still hear you clicking over there, Barry, by the way. There you go. So yeah, just up there because I was born in Portland, and then my dad got sick of the rain when I was 5 years old. We moved to San Diego. All right, so hey everybody, welcome to my desktop. It's Thursday, and I'm here to help. Hello, Scott. Thanks for joining. We're going to talk about whatever you want to talk about, but what I'll usually do is just kind of start looking at the markets and seeing, NASDAQ is climbing the 10SM like a snake. I start with this one because it's the leadership. And as long as the NASDAQ's leading, it's still kind of status quo. S&P is doing similarly the same thing, just kind of snaking, as I said, snake winding along the 10 SMA on the daily. And then we have the Russell 2000. If you're in small caps, you've probably seen a lot of moves that start off during the day. They just get squashed and sold back out. So kind of a mess in the IWM, the Russell 2000, below all of its moving averages, under pressure. XLF, which I was attempting to short last week, I got out of because it just kept blew through my moving averages right there. And so, I mean, that's pretty much it. It looks like solar is doing the best today. Not sure why. Let's see. First Solar. I'm basing that off of this scan right here, the TAN. For whatever reason, the TAN is strong. All right. And then what I'll also do is maybe go through some of my positions. I'm not in any silver related positions, Patrick. That stuff is just too crazy, too much overnight risk and gaps. I've been in DJT. This is the trade I was mentioning to Barry when I was on vacation. I had some here at the 200, and they gapped it down with an offering. It was rather upsetting, but the very next day, at the close with that nice wick right there, I doubled up and kind of established a full position. And now just kind of ridden these days higher. I've taken 1/3 off of here right under 40. So I've got 2/3 of my position left. Who knows? It's a big debate tonight. I heard somebody said maybe there's excitement in the stock because of that. I don't know. I'm just trying to play the chart. As always, this core holding that I have, BEAT, there's only one stock that I've got that I'm going to hold on to as an investment. I believe I'm early, so I'm going to stay in this. It's not a trade. Let that go because it's not a trade. Rum. Picked up some rum yesterday because I liked the way it broke above this blue line here. This is the 130, and it just was showing strength along with DJT. So I bought some, and then we opened up with a big gap. I didn't take any, but what I did do is I added to it down here when it filled the gap. So now I've got a pretty solid position in rum. And I'll tell you guys, I'm going to just do this for you right here in real time. I'm going to put my price alert up to the 200-day because I kind of feel like we can get up to the 200-day moving average. And if we can get there, I'm just going to sell it. I'm not going to be greedy. This is a downtrend. I think we're just in kind of a dead cat bounce here. There's Patrick. He had his ears on. No silver, no gold trades. It's just, the risk is just crazy. It can't make sense of the chart at all. Nothing going on. I tried to ride AG last week, or actually it was pause, and I couldn't get more than a day out of it. Stubbornly, I remember telling you guys, I'm not selling right here at the 20. I should have sold. So I wound up the next day just kind of taking a small profit. Haven't done anything since. Patrick's trading Ethereum. Cool. Okay, what else is on? Oh, guess what I just did today? I got some skin in the game. How you like that metaphor? Skin in the game. I bought a starter position, small size. I've been waiting for this thing to come down to the low 20s, 22, and test the 50-day moving average, but it doesn't want to. And notice the amount of time that it spent yesterday. God dang it. There we go. Above the 5-day moving average as the 5-day moving average starts to flatten out. So this is a stock that I'm happy to trade around, meaning get in, out, get out, get in, get out, trade around the areas and the levels. And I saw some volume come in right there, and I took a position right about there. And again, it's probably, I would call it a 1/3 position, starter. Pulled back, and now what do you know? It's holding this move. So it's trying to establish a base above this flat 5-day here. And this is why I enter in small pieces. Where would I add? Well, I would add probably at a close above, any close above the 20-day SMA, I will be adding to this. So enough shares to where it can do this all day long. I don't care. I just want some skin in the game. Get it? Hi, Leon. Yeah, glad you like that discussion. I like the discussion about Riot and Mara and the mining stocks. I can't see the comment. Is Hive? Are you typing? I can't see that. Oh, is it? Because this silly icon is like right over the symbol. HUT is what I think you're asking about. Now there are a couple. That's a good looking one. There's also BTBT, which Andy reminded me has been doing well. So honestly, maybe I would be good to research the differences because the chart is certainly interesting. Let's look at HUT and look at the profile. Finance and insurance, Bitcoin miner that focuses on mining provision. So they're just a straight up miner, but for whatever reason, they're doing something right. I wasn't aware of them. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add HUT to a watch list, and I'm going to turn on the heart so I kind of know what I'm doing is I'm adding this to my Bitcoin miners because I've just been kind of focused on Mara. Can't get out of its own way. Riot can't get out of its own way. Hive tries, can't get out of its own way. Cypher, big fake out, can't get out of its own way. But BTBT is one that Andy reminds me that he likes, and it's working. And these guys do same thing. Digital asset mining, Ethereum, and staking activities. So, it's an interesting time here, Leon. Maybe we're starting to separate the wheat from the chaff, as they say, and see who is able to create the best margins based on a very thin margin business model now. I would venture to guess that stocks like Mara and Riot just aren't going to make it based on what every time they try and make a lift, they're getting sold. So somebody knows something on those. I was in this earlier. I sold. I probably should have stayed in. Why did I sell? When I start to see green, green, green on the daily, it's just like, don't get greedy. Take what you get, because it's just a matter of time before they bring it back. I've mentioned I like a day and a half, 2 days is my sweet spot. Let's do this also, Leon. Let's see if there's any competitors. This thing has been kind of wonky lately, so I clear it out and I type it again. Hut. All right, look at this. Hut is calling Mara and BTBT competitors, which is good. Not sure about these other ones, but those are a couple of names that definitely make sense. So thanks for showing me that. Now let's go back to what it actually is doing here. Today we're seeing basically a blow off top. This is why I said I don't like sticking around in things after 3 days of green, because you're just waiting for the profit taking reversion to the mean. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what I'm doing in other stocks too. I'm just going to eyeball this and say maybe I can, anticipate a convergence of the 10 SMA and a pullback, which brings me to a stock I'm in, TGTX. I was waiting for a pullback. I never got it, but I'm starting to establish a bit of a position, and now it's threatening because it needs to hold this 5-day moving average. It's kind of a medium-sized position. Brian Shannon showed me this one. It's a large short float, which is very similar to what I did in SMR. And you can see the blue line in SMR. What am I doing? I took profits in SMR yesterday. It was a great trade. I remember this thing killed me live a month ago, but I've decided this thing is a wonderful trading stock. And I just want to just time the jump rope on this thing. So I nailed that move, got out of all of it, kept 100, and then just decided I just don't want to look at an extra symbol today. So I sold that 100, which was basically a placeholder. There's no reason to keep a placeholder unless I'm going to put this blue line and try and eyeball. I think they might try to come back and retest that 10 level. And guess who will probably be a buyer again, maybe nibble 1/3 and start to trade around a possible pullback to this line. This is another short float that's extremely volatile. Oh, and NNE, I had it come on right before I came on with you guys, and I had to adjust it lower. So I'm kind of doing the same thing with NNE, which is similar to SMR. You guys were playing this with Barry last week. So lesson, do we come in and say, hey, I want to play NNE here at 35 after all of this move? No, we wait for the pain of the people who chased to just be slowly squeezed out, and all of a sudden we have a level of interest here at the 10 SMA that I might participate in. I don't know. Let's go back to Hut on your question. Let's see. I think you're talking about that. Maybe pull back to 1304. See, what happens is, Leon, this 10 SMA, when it prints tomorrow, is going to rise up. So I try to give it a little bit of cushion. So maybe around 1350-ish, which corresponds with that candle. I'll put an alert in there and just keep an eye on it. I don't want to lose sight of it. That's an interesting play, and thank you for showing me. So it was a good segue watching the Sunday discussion. And, we're getting kind of hung up basically on the fact that these Bitcoin miners have a tough business model now. And maybe Hut and BTBT are going to be the survivors. Lastly, stupid trade of the week, which has just been all over the place. I do have some. It never triggered. It was supposed to trigger up here, bouncing off the 20. Didn't even get there. Fell lower. I started doing some anchored VWAPs. Try that again. Here we go. That purple line right there. Once I saw it kind of put a wick off that purple line, I nibbled. So I'm kind of nibbling here in Kodak, but here's what I don't like. the 5-day moving average is coming into play. We're going to have to break through that 5-day. If we don't, we're probably going to come back to test this VWAP again, and I probably don't want to be involved in that. So I'm guessing here that we can reverse. This is not one of my better entries. I mean, it's okay. I was kind of thinking I could get it up here, but it blew through it. So, at least I waited. Currently, though, I am down in the trade. So why am I down? I'll tell you why I'm down. Because I added, like I said, I like to start with a third, and then I added. And that add is now kind of coming back to bite me a little bit. So I have not been playing with the go no goes yet. Not to say I won't, but I do feel it's a wonderful tool for the active trader, which is certainly what Barry is, and you guys are too probably. But for me, a bit slower of a swing trader, I wait for a bit more slowness and confirmation. So I kind of don't feel like I'm missing much yet, but I will start to play with them. What I'll probably do is bring up I've got a spare chart right there. I don't know where it is. It's here and here somewhere. Yeah, I brought up a spare chart. I might turn that into a go no go and just start to look at things from that perspective too, but I haven't gotten there yet. So that's what I'm doing as a swing trader. Again, this game is kind of compelling. This is probably, the most constructive one on there, but it's got a lot of headwinds still. It's got a lot of headwinds there at the 20-day SMA. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to lower this price alert to alert me when it's testing that 20 SMA, so I know. Pop it right there. Drop it. Pop and drop. So why do I use the 5-day moving average? Because it works. It gives me a level of interest. It's telling me that the NASDAQ had every reason to roll over there yesterday, but this market cannot be killed. It cannot be stopped. What did it do? It broke through and it comes back. And what does it do? It tests, and we have a perfect pivot level, a moving pivot of a 5-day moving average. This is why Brian Shannon used it and taught me how to use it. And if you like what you see, all you have to do is open a 15-minute chart and create the indicator that makes 130 SMA periods on a 15-minute chart will give you a smoothed out 5-day moving average. Good guess, Michael. The silent partner that you never hear about, the brains who actually, Dan is cut out for the out of the box thinking, but somebody had to build it for him, which was his longtime college friend who's extremely smart, Phil. You don't hear much from Phil. He's behind the scenes. So they were number one and number two. Phil's probably number one because he built it. He made Dan number two. Dan picked up the phone and called me, and they made me number three. Andy, I think, is number 40. Not sure what Jamie and Brad are, but I don't think they have me and Andy beat. Looks like we've been working on the web version. If somebody's been trying to log into the web version, there's an issue, and they're slowly getting to the bottom of it. So that's good. Let's check in on game. As long as game rides the 10 SMA, that's great. But in the bigger picture, as long as game stays above the 5-day moving average, I'm interested. Unlike Kodak, which is not playing ball with the 5-day moving average. And my fear is that if I just get married to something like this, that it comes down here and this becomes the actual base that it wants to build. So what am I going to do? Probably going to put a stop in here at 529. 531, 532 is held. So if it comes back down and breaks through there, I really don't want to be a part of this retest down here. So allow me to do that while we speak. What did I say I was going to do? 29. All right, so I don't have to worry about that. I've been doing a lot more of that lately. Just stocks that, I mean, this one's probably the weakest of the bunch, and so I can pick one stock midday that's the weakest of the bunch, and I can put a stop in, because it seems like when I make the decision to punch out on my own or to stay in and not put a stop in, I regret it. So I've been using stops a little bit more, but I'll never use them in the first half an hour. Yes, Phil is the co-founder, co-owner of Trade Ideas. It's a good match. I mean, if you ever saw Mad Max Thunderdome, it's basically Master and Blaster. One complements the other. Phil was extremely smart. In 2003, there were not a lot of software companies developing on the cloud. They were having you download disks. So the first smart move that Phil did was everything was server side. It's not on your computer computating all this stuff. The server side is computing. And that was pretty revolutionary back in 2003. Hi, John. I just saw your comment. I've been cautious since Memorial Day. I just can't seem to jive with the market. It's a very fair comment. And I'll tell you, it just seems like every time the market, like I showed you, wanted to roll over here, like yesterday, this is so telling to me. This NASDAQ, 3 solid resistance levels. It could have easily just rolled over there, but it didn't. Somehow, some way, and I know you're probably also thinking, how can this market go higher with the inflation and the jobs and all the data? How can this market do it? But it does it, and we just can't ask why. We just have to go along with it and just marvel at it. So if you don't want to participate, and I don't want to buy a bunch of new things today either. I was talking with Brian Shannon yesterday, and we were both just like not really looking for new positions. We're just kind of teetering here. At any moment, you could just have a big pullback. And I'm not comfortable taking a lot of risk up here still. I don't know why, but I'll go back to the 5-day moving average. As long as the NASDAQ stays above this 5-day, I think the leadership is still intact. Oh, BBAI is finally starting to do something. Well, this is interesting, actually. It's running, but see, then I zoom in, what I see is it running right smack into the 50-day moving average. So I would not take an entry on a stock like here. I'm going to keep an eye on BBAI and see if I can watch as it maybe builds a base above and holds above the 50-day. AI is another one that pulled back and is trying to build a base. It's super easy to chase higher days. Exactly, Michael. And when I first started trading, that worked. And so you can't believe the amount of reprogramming it took to stop trading the market like every day was 1999 and you could buy high and go higher. Sorry. Yeah, so it's super easy to chase new highs. And in the 1999, we could buy Dell high or Cisco high and sell it higher. But that game really ended quick and abruptly, and it took a lot of traders who were just conditioned to do that out of the game. You had to learn some new chops, and that's when I started going to more swing trading. All right. I think I caught up on all the questions and comments. If you guys want me to look at anything, I can. We can talk about it. Let's see. How's that TGTX doing? That was threatening me earlier. Look at it. Still threatening, and there's no reason why it couldn't just kind of release and come back down to the 10. I say that because I'm skeptical of one-day pullbacks. I'm skeptical of one-day corrections. Sometimes it just takes two. Trade of the week in January, Carvana above 45. I was out at 68. Your thoughts now? I think they still have some shorts in there, don't they? They still are reporting 22% short. So that was really the interesting play. Giant gap up here. And so it's showing us it's respecting the 50-day. Definitely in play for a pullback. And it just seems like that 120 level. Is that what you were calling? You weren't calling anything. So I'm kind of anticipating maybe a little bit of chop down here to this 120, 122 level. So in a case like that, again, to give ourselves ideas in real time for good entries, maybe I'll take the top of this candle right there and just put a price alert and say, if that thing triggers in the next couple of days, how is the price relative? Has it been going sideways for a couple of days, or did it touch the 10 SMA? But yeah, I mean, still in play. And like I said, my favorite play is, 1.5 to 3 days. So am I still in this? No. Look at all these earnings you would have had to sit through. And each time it gapped up and tried to fill and moved higher. So it's extended here. I don't feel like an entry would be warranted up here. It needs some consolidation for sure. Oh, wow. I looked over and you guys got some chart requests. Awesome. So Micron, the day after earnings, right? My rule on the day after earnings when they're bad is do not jump in the way. If you want to short it, great. But if you're going to short it, you need to short it as close to this line as you can. Right there might have been a good chance. But the number one thing to take away, and I would say probably it's headed down here for the 50-day. These bad earning surprises, they're going to take 2 to 3 days. I call it the 3-day rule. It's going to take 3 days to basically weed out all the people that aren't sure what to do, and they're hemming and hawing, and they just can't stand to see it go lower. And today is only day one. So I never jump in the way of the day one of bad earnings. I kind of wait for 2.5 to 3 days. And in my book, I would just probably say, let me know when it gets down here to the 50-day SMA around 126.90 or so. But I've just noticed that bad earnings, people kind of freeze. They don't know what to do. And then they wait for a low, and then they put in a stop order, good to a canceled stop, and then the price action rolls over and hammers those stops again. It's just like it's just a process of denial, and people going through the three days of denial. Then I think you can start to look for better entries. So look at all the people up here that chased at 157. And then they said, well, I'll just stick around for earnings and see if I can get back to even. they're all trapped now. And so you have to put yourself in their position. The one thing I will give it is you do have a nice trend line. And this is the reason I have a third chart now. Let's see what we can find on, let's see what we can find on this chart with anchored VWAP. So I'll anchor from this low, pretty much a little bit above. So even from that low there, did I draw that right? I'm going to check that again. I'm going to draw a couple. I'm going to anchor this. Nope, we're going to do micron. We're going to anchor. Let's anchor this gap. Okay, then let's also anchor this low down here. And then lastly, let's anchor the most recent low right there. So the most recent low, everybody's still in the money, but this level of one, whatever that is, why can't I see that? There we go. Why can't I see? That's weird. Why is it not showing me levels? That's very weird. Okay, that's my thought on you, Vince, Michael. Been working on the dip as of late. It really helps the stop loss, but geez, a lot of those racked up now. Yeah, it's in the long run, you're going to take smaller paper cuts than you will chasing new highs because those corrections are vicious. And so if you're wrong on the pullbacks, and like I said, if you're entering in stages, in chunks, and kind of waiting for confirmation before you enter the next chunk, your out is very definitive. It's very much defined, and you can take advantage of that, and your losses will be less in the long run, but you do still need the big ones to pay for the smaller ones. Just like anybody at a casino or a track, you're going to throw away a lot of losing tickets, but you want to hit a couple of good exactas and trifectas along the way. Hello, Jim. Can you share WSM insights? Swinging. I am swinging this. Thank you for telling me that. So, Williams Sonoma retail. First glance, it's under pressure on both time frames. But what I'll say is, you see how this is something that I've noticed the algorithms or the programming of the algorithms will do. You've got this low, and when you start to head down there, you better just be certain that they're going to knock on the door and see if you're in town. And there it is right there. And the algorithms have a funny way of pushing price down to test the resolve of the people. Are there any stops down here? So when you see that, you got to anticipate that it's going to test it. And you did get a nice bounce. But the first order of business is to get back above 290, which is above this intraday pressure. Second order of business is to get back above the 5-day moving average. So you're under the currents are against you here for the moment. What I would say is I probably would not want to be in this if it retests again, because what I was talking about is this was the low and this was the retest. I don't want to retest the retest, if that makes sense. Because then when I look over here on the chart, there's really nothing except these support levels down here to hold you. And my general rule of thumb is anything under the 50-day moving average is likely suspicious. Now, Williams Sonoma was above its moving averages for all these months. Got tangled up, and now it's kind of on the other side of the mountain. So I'm going to tell you, be careful on this one. That's all. That's for Jim. All right. Camilla. Come up not long ago. I'm not sure if you talked about NVIDIA. I have not, but I'm happy to. All right. You heard of the 3-day post-earnings rule? Maybe somebody else has that too. I thought I invented that, John. All right, so let's look at NVIDIA. The gorilla, Big Daddy. That's probably singly holding the NASDAQ up. And if you've been kind of hearing what I'm saying, I've been saying, then maybe you can imprint on the pressure it's currently under. Just like the NASDAQ was yesterday, every time the price comes up to meet this 5-day moving average, it's finding sellers. However, they're also holding this level here, which looks to be about 123. So what I'm starting to see here on the intraday picture is a pinch happening between we'll call it 122.50 and this 125, this 5-day moving average. What the bulls need to see is soon a close candle above and start to build. I'm going to come back to the NASDAQ. This is what you need to see, because like I showed you yesterday, that was starting to look a little, difficult. But what needs to happen is a pop above and then a retest, and the NASDAQ's looking good. But one of its main components, NVIDIA, hasn't done that yet. So relative to the NASDAQ, the good news is kind of like the NASDAQ could drag NVIDIA up through that 5-day moving average. And I call it a level of interest because if it can close above it, then you've got confidence like, okay, maybe I just made it through that intersection and the buyers are back in control here. Let's move over to the daily. It broke the 10 and it's basically found the 20-day. And this is why I call the 20-day the backstop. The 20-day is acting as a backstop, like a baseball pitcher running behind to back up the catcher at home plate. And the backup is holding for now. But what you don't want to see on the daily is a leaky close down below this red line 20. Now that would likely happen if you saw a major fail here at the 5-day. So what you're cheering for is, get back above this 125 level and start to build a base camp and move higher. But if I were long this thing, yes, this was a close below the 20 and it recovered very quickly. But I don't want to stick around for the second red bar close below the 20. That to me would signal it's time to maybe take a breather, and we could be looking at something down here. So it's a little dicey up here. The air is a little thin, but looking at the NASDAQ, I would say there's no reason to think that it can't do what the NASDAQ did, which is break above the 5-day and then start to build a base camp. Very, very nice, Michael. My dad had a midlife crisis and decided he wanted to breed some thoroughbreds. So I went back to the Keeneland sale with him a few times. It was lovely back there watching him spend money on horse flesh, never to be returned. But beautiful animals, beautiful sport. We've had some heartbreak. I was cheering for him. He had a couple of really good California breds. He actually named one after me, Mr. Steve. So I actually have a winner's circle picture at Delamar with a horse named Mr. Steve. Mr. Brad also had a horse. That's right. Brad knew my dad as well. All right. We're caught up. We've talked about horse racing. We've talked about charts. Wherever you guys want to go. Again, I think as long as the NASDAQ remains above this 5-day moving average, it kind of is just holding the entire market up. Down here, we've got some short squeezers. Every now and then, I might go through those. This is interesting. Nova. Ooh, energy. Interesting. That's a nice saucer bottom too. So here's a stock with 34% short, doing a lot of shares. Interesting. So maybe this one should start to become, I'm going to heart that stock and maybe kind of keep it on my watch list. Nothing exciting about that chart. Pretty good downtrend, but not as nice as the saucer bottom there in Nova. Kind of a dead cat bounce in this one. Ooh, Sunrun. We saw Solar was strong earlier, and Sunrun was 25% short. But the chart's kind of a mess. Oh no, being an owner is just a thoroughbred. It's just a death wish. It's just going to drain your bank account. Like I said, it was his midlife crisis. He learned real quick the trainer's fees add up, and when you start breeding them, everything adds up real quick. And that is when you need one horse in the barn to pay for all the other ones. That's where the hard part comes in. I really don't go to the track anymore. I used to go just to support him. But here's what I do. You might find this interesting, Michael. And I always tell my friends to do it, and it always kind of works. Like when you go to the day at the races, they're like, "Well, come on, Steve, which horse should I pick?" And I go, "Well, here's what's always worked for me to at least cash some tickets. Yeah, you can do the exactas and the trifectas; they're fun. But if you want some money coming back to you, well, this is my dad's call. He said, you look at the morning line, and you see a horse that might be maybe 5-2 or 3-1 in the morning line. Those are the professionals, and they see something for a reason. And then you get to 10 minutes to post, and that horse is now 9-1. And you're like, what is the public missing that the handicapped professional saw? So I'll take that horse and maybe bet that across the board. And you're almost guaranteed just having fun cashing tickets doing something like that, even when they come in third or second. So you get a decent payoff. For me, trying to pick exactas and trifectas is just too much. You just go there and make it simple. And so when I teach people that, they like it, and somebody's always cashing a ticket, finding out who was the morning favorite that the afternoon crowd is just discounting, and then just bet it, win, place, and show. Who knew we were going to talk about horse racing today? Run. What are some competitors of Run? Barry's having fun in CFLT. Oh yeah, nothing like the infield. That's a whole other party. It's cool too when you stand next to the rail and feel them run by you. It's tough when they break down too. That's just something I couldn't take. All right, we got 10 minutes or so. Here's some pullbacks to the 10 SMA that are lighting up, but I don't really see anything I like. That one's kind of interesting. LITE. What do they do? Optical. Okay. Not a lot of volume, 208,000, but kind of coiling nicely there. And Momo, it's a good name below its 200-day. Not interested in that. All right, good, Camilla. I'm glad that was helpful. Let's check in on it. Okay, here we come. A level of interest, and we're actually kind of getting the pinch, what I call the 10 SMA is trying to push it higher, and the 5 SMA is acting as resistance. How does this resolve itself? We want it to resolve up here and stay up there for the rest of the day, and then you can feel comfortable about it overnight, hopefully. You never know, though. There's some green in the SPY. So just a lot of back and forth again. SPY pretty much did the same thing, broke through their 5-day, pulled back and found support at the 5-day. All right, we're caught up on questions. If you guys want to look at more charts. My dad actually had Bob Baffert train a couple horses, but he was kind of hard to get to. But yeah, in the end, it didn't pay for itself. Tough racket, as you said. I don't know why I have this thing on there. It came out of the blocks crazy. You guys were trading it in Barry's room, and I just kind of kept it on my screen in case it wants to do something again. So I'm not going to take it off my watch list. There's some volume in there today. Maybe if it takes. See, the problem is it's going to run right smack into its 50-day. But maybe if it comes back above here, I might be interested. All right. Check a couple of my holdings. I can't type. All right, so remember I've got a stop down here at 29 in Kodak, so that's holding. DJT is a small position starter. I'm sorry, that was GameStop. DJT, I've already sold 1/3, and I might need to sell some more because it looks like it's running right into its 20-day. I don't know. I'll think about that one. What is rum going to do? Okay, rum is acting better. Remember, I said I bought some yesterday, and then I watched it gap and fill and bought some more. But you see how I'm buying, leaning on this line when I buy. I'm not buying extended. If you're buying extended, you're almost guaranteeing yourself you're going to be underwater for the next hour. So DJT is giving some back. It was gain that I was mentioning. It's still holding, but that's starter position is what I meant to say in that one. And then TGTX, just kind of hanging on. I've got half size in this one. That blue line is really what's probably going to come down to, but we'll see. But I'm not really interested in any new positions right now. I don't know why. I just feel like the market it's had a great run, but I don't want to short it either. So, like a good card player, you got to know when to press it. And then you got to know when to take your foot off the gas. If you ever read Reminiscences of a Stock Operator, I highly recommend it. It's called Reminiscences of a Stock Operator, Edward Laverve, I think. And it's based on Jesse Livermore, who was a real trader. And he basically said most of his money was made by sitting on his hands, which means he understood when to sit and he understood when to press it. And by doing so, he was able to be rich then poor, then rich then poor, then rich then poor again many times. So good question Mark brings up. There's a few different aspects to the answer of how do I swing trade with stops. Rule number one, and this is the hardest, I do not use opening stop. Let's use TGTX for an example. Let's say I bought TGTX yesterday and I fully expected that this was going to be, maybe I shouldn't, this is probably not the best example. I need to find something that's spiking down because TGX didn't do that. My biggest fear is putting a good till canceled stop in before the market opens or in the first 15, 20, 30 minutes, because that is the period where the algorithms at Citadel have collected all the data from all the brokers who have sold them your good till canceled stop order as you drive to work and you say, I don't want to see, TGX go below, a certain level. And so the hardest thing to do is to watch the stock open and watch them actually flush that level and not get out. And once you've done that a few times and then you've watched the reversal move and close on highs, and then in hindsight, you look back and you go, you know what, that was the perfect level for the stops to be run and reversed, and they got me. And after you get tired of saying they got me a few times, you get better at saying, I'm just going to hold here and see what happens. And then I like to put a stop in for the rest of the day. I don't have a problem putting a hard stop in on the low after two 15-minute candles. Sometimes what they'll do, if you do that too soon, they'll maybe establish a low after 10 minutes, and then after 15 minutes, that low will be retested. So if you can find like a retest of the opening low and then it bounces, that retest low would be where you can place a manual good stop and turn your back on it. And I do that all the time. But again, the hardest part is sitting through that opening range. Now, the second thing I'll do is at the end of the day, I'm going to evaluate every single stock that I have. And let's say, for instance, NVIDIA was one of them. And as I mentioned, if I look at the end of the day and NVIDIA is bleeding and closing and giving me a closing candle below the key moving average, that is my signal candle to get out. So I will many times exit the stocks that don't look right at the end of the day. I've given them the whole day to complete their candle, and I want to see what it looks like at the end of the day. So I'll just punch out of those. So it's kind of a nuanced question on the stops. I refuse, Mark, to let them get me on the opening 20, 30-minute stop hunt, which is what it is. I have a problem staying in too long when a trade goes bad. So that's why I think hard stops are good for the new trader, because it's easy to just go, I'll give it another 5 cents because I just know my luck. If I sell it here, it's going to rip higher and I'm going to be mad. And what I've found is that when I do identify like that 10 o'clock low, and I see, oh, look at that. They put a low in and they retested the low and it bounced. That's my out. Put a stop in below that low. And then when you do that, you don't beat yourself up. You don't have to make that decision. You've already made the decision. You're going with the odds, and you just got to play the odds. And I've been doing a lot more of that lately because I've noticed that when I make a decision intraday, I'm like, I'm not liking this. Oh no, the market's rolling over. You know what? Screw it. I don't want to mess with this stock anymore. Market sell. When I could have put a stop 10 cents lower and stayed in and participated more. So that upsets me. So once I decide that I don't want to look at this thing anymore, whatever, I look at my defined level. Like if it was NVIDIA right here and I decided midday, if it was really tight, I'd say I don't even want to stick around. So I would use that level as a stop and say, if it breaks that, I want to be out. I don't want to be looking at it, deciding, should I, shouldn't I, should I? So me personally, in the last few months, I've been doing a lot more of this, but only midday, because I refuse to let them get me in that morning shuffle. And that's really the hardest thing to sit through. You literally almost have to get up and walk away and trust that your levels are going to hold. Barry.
The morning shuffle sounds like a new dance craze.
It is.
You do the morning shuffle.
Yeah, you just stamp your feet up and down on all the
That's right.
sell orders.
and scream at your computer.
And then you slide like James Brown with a smile because you got all
Oh,
their
yeah.
shares. You got
Yeah.
all their shares from them.
Well, and I'm real happy about that CFLT. I know you got to go, but boy, oh boy, I'm really enjoying this, Steve, this go, no go.
Well,
I'm
that's
finding
good.
that it's the more expensive ones, more expensive, anything like $10 to $15 plus,
Okay.
and big volume too. I mean, it can't be even like 100,000, 200,000. It's got to be probably minimum 500,000 shares.
Yeah.
And I'm finding that the other thing I'm liking now, I do see that the SPY did move, but the ones that I've tested it on for the last 3 days haven't really been that dependent on market, whatever the market's doing, which I love.
Yeah.
So it's not that I'm needing market help. In this particular one, it's possible that the market's helping, and then of course it's the old thing too, look left, and it had a lot of room. So
Yep.
a lot of things lined up. I know you got to go. Thank you very much.
I'm glad you're experimenting and translating what you're learning to the group. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
All
I
right.
can't wait to maybe display it, but
Yeah.
I know I'm not allowed to yet. But
Right.
okay, we'll talk to you next week, I hope.
Yep. We'll see you. Thanks.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Actually, you will not because next week is July 4th. Ha ha ha.
Oh man, and is that on a Thursday?
That's on a Thursday.
Oh, you lucky
Lucky dog. All right.
dog.
See
Okay,
you
Steve.
later.
Bye. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. And give me one moment as I get my music going. All right, guys, I'm back. So you heard, well, I was just talking to Steve, when I got into the other room, into YouTube, and I was just talking to Steve at noon. So yeah, the CFLT, I talked about it, and it has really performed nicely. Really performed nicely. I've taken some off, and we'll see what happens now, but still has some room looking left. And that came initially, from my large cap gainers. So that's where I saw it. And I don't mind displaying this right now briefly, but it was right there on that little color change on that blue. And so there was my alert right there around the 28.75 mark. And we're in. So again, that is go, no go. And Michael is telling me that it should be available next week. So in fact, what I want to do, so what I'm looking at is, well, I'm asking the question because again, this is a third party, okay, that has developed it for us or sort of licensed it to us. So that's why you can't, we can't make it part of our standard or our premium service even. So it will be an add-on. Not sure what the price is. Hopefully there'll be maybe a week that you can try it. There'll be a video, Sam, on explaining how what the color changes mean and all. Okay. I mean, I can tell you very briefly here. So here was a trend up. Okay, trend up. You see that little. Now on my screen, it looks like I call it pea green. I'm told it's cyan, but whatever. And then so that was a little. And then the minute it got blue again, is sort of the signal. Okay, to go long. Now you could have gone long down here too on the break here, but I didn't see it back here. Okay, but that's what I'm looking at, these little color changes. Now, it's not all going to work every single time, okay? And it's pretty simple too, because, you put a stop at the low there, and, I'm in at 28.70, and my stop is at 28.52. So, pretty tight stop. And there have been a number of them. KSS from yesterday was exactly the same on the way down. And look what it did on the way down. I mean, I think the break, now this is not the chart, okay? This is not the go, no go chart. This is just how am I going to short form it? Open, high, low, close. Must be another way to do it. But this is but when we saw it yesterday, this is exactly what it did. Right from a break up here. Now, again, is it going to work every single time? Of course not. But one of the things I did, of course, with the CFLT is that is it here anymore? It's not here anymore. Now, my trading rules come into play. Okay, so just because I see it here. Oh, there it is. There it is. CFLT is right there. So I see it there. Okay, click on it. And like anything else, so the first thing I see, okay, is this. Now it's back here. First thing I see is that. But then, of course, I am still looking left. And if you guys heard me, this is what I was talking about. I said, wow, it's got room. So even if I hadn't seen it for me, this is maybe a confidence inspirer, if I can use a term like that. Okay. Just another, because I may have taken this type of trade anyway here, okay, without seeing it over there, but it just inspires a little more confidence in me, for me to take the trade. There you go, Pepe. So go-no-go-charts.com. So Pepe has got a link. You can find out more info from the creators. So it's not an add-on yet, Retired. So I'm jumping the gun a bit. Okay. Hopefully next week. And the idea is that there'll actually right now I'm using my own scans, if you will, the alerts that I'm generating, but there will be, let me just show you what I'm talking about. And I'll have to see how that works. Where's my layout? Now my computer may go a little crazy, so I might put it on mute just for a second. All right, now let's see if I can show this. So what Michael is doing is he's creating a list of stocks for you, okay, and based on certain parameters. But I think that what's happening is he's going to make it on a 5-minute also. Right now, these are mainly intraday, not intraday. They're mainly for daily charts. So what I've done for me is I'll have the daily chart here, but I'll have the 5-minute chart. So you can kind of see with Zim right now, this could be an interesting play. It's strong on the daily chart, and it's getting stronger on the 5-minute chart. It would have had to have come from one of these, but I did this yesterday. Okay, I know it's confusing, super confusing, right? What's happening now? But I think what Michael will be doing is creating some scans based on 5 minutes, and so you'll have a list of stocks. So you can use it that way, or you can have your own scans that you like, and just click on the alerts. What all you have to do is sort of take the chart out. Okay, take the chart out. And then have the chart up and running. And then, when just like I've done here, okay? So now when I click on an alert, it's going to load in here. Then I can say, okay, what do I want to do? Now, I have found that the more expensive stocks are a little safer, okay? when I say safer, I mean seem to have more of a trend to them. Okay, so when I say more expensive, I'm talking stocks over $10. So again, this is just a tease right now, guys. But I think I said earlier, one of the reasons why I'm taking off at around 2:30 is between 2:30 and 4. I'm doing some trading using it. I'm not going crazy. Okay, I'm not taking huge positions or anything because I'm still kind of call it testing it. But from what I see so far, it's a confirmation. That's the word I wanted. It's more like a confirmation that, when I click on an alert and I see all the stuff over here, and then a confirmation when I take a look at the go no go. You see, had I seen this back here on this pullback, had I seen it, you could have taken this on that change, that color change right there at around $9 and nine, say between 9 and 9.10 right there. And see how it's worked so far. I'm not saying every single alert is going to be fabulous, but I'm seeing enough to make I've been trading the same way for years and years, but I'm always willing to take a look at something new. And that's why I've gone to this. Help me, Pepe. How can I abbreviate open, high, low, close? There must be some other way I can say it. And I don't want to go OHLC. Is Chewy halted? Yes. Whoa, is it ever halted? So there was some talk about, maybe, rumor that GameStop would take a look at Chewy. I don't know if that's the reason. But here we go. Announced a $500 million repurchase of shares from BC Partners. So that's the reason. Okay, that is the reason. Oh, wait a minute. That was trading lower, but that was at yeah, okay. So Roaring Kitty post on X on Twitter a picture of a dog. Okay, so there you go. And there's Chewy. Yeah, thank you, William. I didn't see. Yeah, I wasn't going to the specific stocks only. Oh man. So where could it open? Here we go, 33.70. So no big clue right yet. Yeah, it's got to be something easier. OHLC, OHLC, OHLC. Okay. Yeah, we know. Yeah, JJ, we've now confirmed that Kitty posted something on Twitter regarding. Well, he didn't. Nothing. He just posted a meme of like a dog. Jeez, what a world. Thing is, and there's Woof. Okay, so so here's Woof. Woof did the same thing. Halted also. Siga, really? Is Siga SIGA? Really? I didn't know that. Oh, monkeypox. You're talking monkeypox now. Okay. I thought you were talking about pet food. What's the other one? What is it? What is Petco? Oh, that is Woof. Okay. So Johnny Mag, this is really premature. Okay. We're hoping that it'll be released next week. I don't know if there'll be a trial period. I know it will be an add-on and it'll probably be $49. Okay. Not unlike the Anchored VWAP add-on from Shannon. Okay. It's just not ready yet. That's all. Now, why don't we start a rumor that CFLT has a pet food division? Why don't we as traders circulate, just like others circulate? All right. Well, pets, yeah. Well, that's PetMed Express. Yeah. That's PetMed Express. It looked like Woof is Petco. At least that's what I'm seeing here. Ah, Bark. Yeah, another one. Bark. Jeez. Oh, God. No, these are not. Now, Chewy resumed. So what happened to Chewy? So what was it halted at? It was halted at 33.70. So nice. Somebody said they were in it before. So good for you, because now, wow, it popped up to 39. It's pulled all the way back, but hopefully you got out some, if not all. All right. Well, on to something else, guys. I mean, I don't know where this is going to go now. Short float was 14, so pretty high, reasonably high short float percent of say 15%. Woof is 22%, a high short float, and it just opened. Pets, let's see what sort of a short float percent Pets has. Probably fairly high. Yeah, another one that's 16%. Anyway, well, CFLT ain't no Chewy, but it's doing me proud. IVP, worth watching. Nano Float. Okay, now please don't be under $1. Okay, yeah, Nano Float. About 1 million shares in the float. Don't tell me this is Pets. Okay, Pets. Yeah, another one, Pets. Rivian has been all over the place today. RIVN has been kind of all over the place today. So looking at this go no go chart on a 5-minute chart, I mean, I can kind of see here's the color change I'm looking for that bluey green to change to blue and get to this and get up to this level here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a price alert around 1460. And if it does, then it'll be interesting. That'll also be almost the high of the day, but it's also the high of yesterday or the high today. And so if it does that, then it's got a shot, to that high. Because I'm still always looking left. How much room does it have? Now, the 200-day moving, that's still far enough away. It's around 1519. So that is far enough away. So now it's just a matter of will it trigger or not. Boy, I know I mentioned this LR. I think one was $39. Yeah, and so it's the same sort of thing, guys. So, if I'm really wanting to trade early, well, there was the change right there, the color change right there at 935. If I really want to trade early, then we had a pullback, and then we had that color change right here, and then boom, then because it's the light blue that is strong. Okay, light blue is strong. And so the minute it did that, 37.52, and it's had a few little jogs down, but from 37.52 to 41.25, I'll take that. I'm not in it. And it's not that you can't see it on a chart, okay? It's just more of a confirmation, if you will. Can I show an example of a failed signal? Oh man, I've made a mistake here. Because I had BBio. Well, no, I was going to say maybe BBio, but no. You see, I had a price alert. I don't know where it went. You know, right here, 2410, right around that 24 mark. I don't know where it went. You know what? I think it was right when I was getting set to take my break. So that's not a failed one. Not at all. Look at that. What a run. Let me see if I can find one though. And a failed signal to me would have been something like this, okay? Okay, looking right there, there's the break, okay, right at 11:45. This is a 5-minute chart. And so basically, now I would put a stop here, okay, around 24.90. So if it broke down below here, because if I'm going to get in at 24.05, I don't want to put a stop at the low of that 5-minute candle. So I probably would put a stop at around 23.90. And so had it gone down to 23.90, I would have considered that a failure. But it didn't. But I'm also not in it. See if I can find one. Yeah, so as I said before, I don't find that the cheap ones are great. Now, okay, so the orange is telling you don't do anything. Don't short, don't buy. That's what the orange is telling you. Okay? But I'm finding that the cheap ones are not as good as a little more expensive ones, cheaper ones. Now, you could have, again, 935, you could have taken the trade right here. Obviously that would have worked for a long time. So let's say, okay, so we had so I had the pullback, and then we had a jog up here. So taking the trade at 424, it got up to 439. Not bad. I'm not sure, if you could have got out at 439. And if you'd put your stop, yeah, so I would have, if I had taken this, if I just blindly followed something like this, so taking the trade at 421 and putting my stop at 4, so that I would have got stopped out if I didn't take any profit on that jump. If my stop was a little bit further, I'd still be in the trade up to here. So it all depends on where you put your stop, really. Does that make sense? But I would have a hard time, getting into this trade at 423 and putting my stop down to 373, a 50-cent stop on a $4 stock. I mean, I know some will, but that's not my style, because that means it was going to have to go $1 for me on a 1 for 2. So I'd have to get up to 523. I mean, it could, but again, there are 5 colors, okay? So this light green or blue, however it's showing up on your monitor, that's sort of the start maybe of the strong trend. The strong trend is the dark blue. The orange is basically neutral. Don't do anything. And then, is it cyan on your, because for me, it looks like a pea green. That's what it looks like on my monitor. But Michael Noss has been telling me, no, it's cyan. And so here's the reverse. So dark purple, deep purple is your strong signal. The lighter pink is your weaker signal. So when the paint turns to dark blue, dark purple, that is your sign to take the trade. Oh, you can take the trade. I mean, if it meets all your other requirements. So you can see what would have happened right there, taking that trade at just underneath 15 before it pulled up at all, down to 1360 in this particular case. So now what it's trying to tell you is that, okay, here's orange. Don't do anything here. Now, starting to put in that cyan, and let's see if we get a bunch of cyan, and then the darker blue, because that might be the signal for bounce. Now, a lot of you guys would say, well, no, I want to take the bounce here. You can do it, but that's not what this is telling you to do. So again, 5 colors. And what I was saying earlier is that it's keeping me out of trades because, some trades I might have looked at, and if it's orange, I'm just going to completely disregard it. Still have to have trading experience though, Tom, okay? Because this is not just blindly my doing things, okay? I'm also looking, at the daily chart, the weekly chart, how much room does the stock have? Okay, cool. You've been trading for 3 years, so you understand so if you click on an alert, I mean, look at this. I mean, you could take this. I mean, look at this right now. I mean, I won't do it. I'm going to try to follow the instructions to, not necessarily blindly, but I mean, this looks really good on the bounce right now. Now, the issue is though, look at that 10 SMA. I'd have to look. You know what? I don't know the math behind the. I'm sure I can go to onto their website, but it's got a lot of math behind it. You want me to keep calling it pea green around Michael? Yes. Well, what does it look like to you guys? What does that look? To me, that is green. That is not blue. That little thing right there. That looks green to me. And I've never considered myself colorblind. Light green. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now, is it just because but if you have, what Michael is saying is that my monitor is screwed up or something. Okay. So, I mean, once you guys get this, it may look like cyan on your computer. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. We're just fooling around here. It doesn't really matter. I mean, I can see the color difference. And that's all that really counts. Anyway, what's happening with Chewy and Bark and all those stocks? You see, so look at AVDL as an example, okay? So it could have taken the trade on the short at 1394 on that. Now, I don't know if this may have popped up. I don't know. I don't really know if that was straight down. 1394. So nothing huge, but now this to me would be more of a scalp. I mean, it's light pink here, but what if it turns a little green and then blue? That might be the signal as a pop. Okay, guys. Well, what time is it now? 1:30. So let me go over my home page again, one last time. Now that everything is working, the link wasn't working this morning, and that really suffered. We didn't. A lot of people couldn't get into the room or didn't know how to find another link to get into the room. No, and so this link was not working either, my homepage link, but it is working now. Okay. So, and there is the promo code you can use. Okay. So you click on my link and there is the promo code you can use. You'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And this will run till July the 8th. And as always, if you do decide to take out a subscription, please use my promo code, whatever it is, when you come to my homepage. Or you can always, like Barry25 will be good for until July the 8th. As long as you type in Barry25 somewhere, then the room gets credit. Okay. And the room getting credit is important because that'll keep the rooms free. And here's the get started again. So 10 short videos. You have to do that. That'll get you. Starts off with a download and install, your first startup and login, running down to important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. 10 short videos covering the major aspects of trade ideas. And here's Trading 101. If you're new to trading, this is for you, all free, a series of videos for you. If you're new to trading, stock of the day video that I do, of course, that's free. And also the trade of the week. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. And if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And then here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. Here are the 3 races that you see, 1, 2, 3. Here are the races that you see. The halts resumes is over here. But of course, I have other scans on my other monitors that I refer to from time to time, and you can take a look at them also. And again, this is a trading room, but it's a support room also. So if you have questions, do not be shy. You can ask questions. As long as you click on my homepage link. As long as you take it from within my homepage. What I can do is I can create my own Freedom 25. Let me just do that. But if you go into my homepage, oh, I see. Freedom 25 count. No. I see what you mean now. If you did it from within my homepage, it counts. But that's why I've got that's why, you know, the people at Trade Ideas, we've got our own. That's why Barry 25. It's the same as Freedom 25, but now I understand what you meant. All right. Well, listen, William, that's completely up to you, right? So William is saying that people are not posting entries, exits after I leave. Okay, so that's up to you guys. I mean, you want William to keep the room open until 4. Then that's up to you guys. Again, you know, William does not have to do this. He's not required to do it. He's doing it out of the goodness of his heart for the last few months. But ha! Okay, not a giant green candle though. That's funny though. Did Roaring Kitty post a picture of a plane? So, I mean, here's the deal. If you guys aren't active after I leave, well, then the room's going to get just shut down completely because I'm not staying till 4. Okay, guys, how about this Jeffries? Is it doing anything interesting? Jeff. Hmm. There's that rising 10 SMA. Will that hold it? It's getting closer and closer to it. Well, I'm looking again on this go no go chart, and so it's starting to form a deep purple here. If it takes out if that bar takes out this low here, 48.83, that could get it moving down. But there is the rising 10 SMA that could act as support. So that's what I'm saying. Just because I get something that looks interesting, I'm always still going to check. Well, obviously checking left. There's lots of room underneath. Had earnings today. That was his earnings play today. Yeah. That's why I wasn't hearing anything. Thank you, Pepe. You forgot to tell me. So there's Rivian, guys. Now, Rivian. Where is it? Okay, so Rivian is an interesting one to me right now. Obviously, it's got a ton of room. The 200-day is 1514, so that's far enough away. I'm waiting on maybe a 1462 break. All right, guys, I'm waiting on Rivian to see if it takes out 1460 in a big way. Obviously, if it does, it's got a fair amount of room. I mean, there's a 200-day moving average at 1519, so that is far enough away. Okay. All right, let's see if it runs here a little bit. And that's the RIVN. Okay, guys, sorry. Again, all sorts of stuff happening internally. So I'm always keeping abreast of what's happening there. So that's why you hear my momentary pauses. Meanwhile, yeah, CFLT just at a high now too. Well, almost hate to bring this one up, but here's MLGO. Again, highly risky, but MLGO just poking its head over 20. However, see what this is telling me right here is don't do it. Don't do it. Orange says, just forget about doing either way. That's what it's telling me. Now, do I have to listen to it? All right, guys. Wow, what time is it now? 1:45. So maybe another 45 minutes for me. So I'm assuming today will be a test case for you, William. So if there's no comments, if there's not a lot of action, people talking about trades, posting things, then we're not going to do this anymore. William will not keep the room open till 4 o'clock. So it's up to you guys. RGS, let's take a look at RGS. Haven't seen that one anywhere. Oh, there it is, right at the top here. Yeah, 4% move, RGS. Yeah, wow. So there's the high of 2 days ago. Another one that has not really given it up, just like the MLGO. The MLGO is kind of the same as RGS. They have not given up their huge gains. So again, looking at the go no go chart, I mean, there's nothing for me to do. I mean, maybe in this area, had I seen it, I just didn't see it. Well, Rivian is just sort of stuck now, guys. Or RIVN just kind of stuck for me. It was a little bit below where I'm in. Just watching to see if it can have any sort of a move in a big way through that 1460 level. Well, I should print that chart out for CFLT. And this is doing, okay, again, this is the winner of the 2024 Microsoft OSS on Azure Global Partner of the Year, third year in a row. And that news did hit after hours yesterday. So you can kind of see that there was no reaction. Really, I'm looking at this mauve area here. That's the after hours. Really no reaction. Okay, William. Okay, that got me out, guys. That got me out of that trade. On the Rivian. So it took the, as we call it, the manageable loss. So what I'm going to do on that one is to, again, reset my alert at 1460 and see if it can get over 1460 again for the RIVN. So there's an example. Somebody asked an example of one that didn't work. For me anyway. And arguably, I mean, I had a pretty tight stop on it, but still. Okay, I have to deal with a starving kitty. Just give me a moment. All right, so question, any good trade today? Well, CFLT has been very good to me, Nestor. Very choppy. Look at the Cala, very, very choppy. Oh, no kidding. No kidding. Or shall I say, no kidding. All right, here's one I haven't seen today. PLMI. I haven't, I don't want, how do I, why did that show up? 700 Plum Acquisition Core, 770. Oh, just some volume came in. Okay. Sorry. It just showed up a moment in the momentum scan, so I had no idea what it was going to look like. So, okay, ETNB, the high is 797. Probably too close for me. All right, so Sedge finally had a bounce, guys. So Sedge, after a little bit of a bounce anyway, yeah, 2450 to 2610 or 18, had the big down day 2 days ago. I think on some news, but still hanging in this area. Now, you see, if I see it here, which I did not, of course, there would have been the entry. There would have been a potential entry for Sedge right there, 2558 on the change from that pea green to the blue. So XBP got halted, guys, on the way up or down? Okay. Oh, it resumed. Okay. XBP resumed. Got halted at 146. Would not have given me an opportunity to get in. It did not come back down through 146. And even if it did now, I mean, it popped up to 2. That would be a too big of a pullback for me to look at it. So, but look at the room it's got on the weekly chart. 262 is the next high. 8.35 million in the float. So it's very low float. Not a lot of volume. All the volume today is right here. There's actually almost 2,000 shares available to short for me at Interactive Brokers. Fizz is an earnings play. FIZZ is an earnings play. ZZ is an earnings play. That's 2 big down days in a row now for NNE. Or actually, before I say that, yeah. So you could argue that it's 3 down days because, I mean, it hit 37 2 days ago, closed here at 29. That's a try it again yesterday, but, you know, the red day and now another red day. Yeah, it doesn't look like GovX is going to do it, guys. GovX is now starting to give it up. GOVX doing it, meaning maybe a late day run. Doesn't look like it is going to do that. A lot of meandering now, guys. Nothing. I'm not seeing anything other than, believe it or not, other than that the CFLT that just keeps inching its way up. Yeah, the B Bio would have been okay, you know, on that break right there. I don't know why. I don't know where my price alert went. I was waiting for a break, 24.76 for B Bio. All right, guys, it's 2 o'clock now, so I have another half hour or so left. Okay, guys, again, not very many new alerts. This one, active scanner. Last one was at 1:42 Eastern Time. We're 2:02 now, 20 minutes away, past. So and you can see what the market has done now. You know, we had that big opening green candle. Then we had an hour and a half down. Then we had sort of an hour and a half up. Now we've got 45 minutes. Well, not quite. Half an hour down, but this is a forming candle here, but it has 13 minutes to close, this one. Opinion on CHPT, okay? First thing I see really is that a massive float for a $1 stock. I know it's a little over $1, but that's a big float, 392 million in the float. So looking left, the next high is 154. So it's pretty close to that. I guess if I could take that out, 167. I know it's popped. I see what you're looking at. This popped on some volume here. You know, and these stocks, I guess, had I'm just looking at headlines, of course, you know, with Rivian's deal with Volkswagen yesterday. So a lot of these, you know, these EV plays had a pop yesterday. But, you know, is it, can that sustain it? I just look, for me personally, I just see too much resistance for me personally. And with that float, it's going to take a lot of shares, you know, to move it. It's only relative volume today is only 1.18. So it's, you know, just trading a little more than normal. You can look in the weekly chart. Let me look at the weekly chart or volume. Basically kind of steady. Nothing is standing out. Okay, guys, not saying too much. I'm looking to exit my CFLT. I see there's finally on a 15-minute chart, there's a red bar forming. So I'm looking to exit everything. I've already taken some off, of course, but so is Bowman talking now? So that was not scheduled in my economic calendar. I would have fired those that free service that I get. Seriously, it was not scheduled that I on. Well, let me make sure. I don't think it was. No, nothing scheduled for anybody talking. So what did he? Was he doing this freelance? Oh, he's willing to raise rates. Fire the guy. Jeez. Well, I'm glad I didn't short XPP. So again, this has some room, guys. Maybe this is going to be a late dayer. It has some room. 262. They completed a $48 million financing to fund growth. All right, guys. I like this Jeff as a short here. JEFF. It's now through the 10 SMA, and it's underneath 49. So I'm going to be watching this to see if it gets into the 70s. Maybe take this as a short, and that is JEFF. It is an earnings play. I mean, it's a strong earnings play. It's still up 6%. But with the market, now it may be market dependent. I'm looking at this big bottoming tail. But it's been moving down fairly steadily. Remember, these are 15-minute candles or whatever we call them. And on this chart here, it's turned purple, okay? And so that is a signal that you might want to go short. That's what that means. And it's not that far from when it did turn purple. No, XBP, guys, XBP on the move. XBP on the move. Not in it. Next high looking left, if you did take it, is 262. Oh, Jeff, yes, okay. For me, a win would be in the low 60s for Jeff, JEF. But more the merrier, of course. Now look at IP. I'm not back in this one. I traded this one twice. Took a small loss the first time, and then did okay the second time when it really jumped up over that 43 mark. It was right around here, and it moved back down. Again, if you're unfamiliar with what happened today, they were in talks with a company called SUZ out of Brazil to buy them. And then SUZ said, nope, we're not going to do it. So boom, this happened after hours. Sure, blame Canada, William. All right, well, this could be interesting. I mean, this was the 200-day moving average for Verona. VRNA is at 1565, so about 30 cents away. Not 100. Oh, Jeffrey, thank you. All right, this turned out nicely now. Anything else now for me is a bonus. If this were earlier in the day, I may take this. I may have taken this one, but I don't have the feel for it. But there's the VRNA. You can see how I put a price alert at the top of that colored, and it's basically taking that high out. So right there around 1528. But I did not take it. Oh, I'm loving Jeff. I mean, these are not going to be rocket ships, guys. They're not going to be jumping, 10, 20, 30%, but certainly carve out a living by getting some of these moving 30, 40, 50 cents. And I'm sure this is being helped by the market, okay? I'm sure that one is definitely being helped by the market, financial. Okay, guys, so as I said, I would like to see it in the low 60s. So I've taken most of this off now, okay? Got into the mid 50s, just taken most of this JEF off. just over around 63. So I said that would be a win for me if I got into the mid 60s. Again, understand, I am just testing all this. Yeah, but you're starting off at $1, Poe, 40 or 50 cents or $2. I've seen this one quite a few times now, this AMSWA. All right, guys. So I got another 13 minutes or so. I will stay later if there are questions, but I'll pack it up a little after 2:30 if there are no questions. William says he will keep the room open till 4 o'clock. So, have some action, guys. I know what you're saying, William, not just between 2:30 and 4, but why did I get out? This is really following the market now. All right, guys. Fun is on the move here. Fun, F-U-N-A, F-U-N, fun. And this is not an all-time high. No, it's not an all-time high. Fun on the move for some reason. F-U-N. Volume came in. Wanted to see if it's halted. 6 and fun. To say that very carefully. 6 and fun. Yeah, they're both is one. Oh, here we go. So your Department of Justice has cleared the $8 billion merger. And that's the reason. So who's buying who? Looks like, so obviously, so it's going to be called Six Flags, but the ticker will be fun. So I guess that's I don't know, trade-off. Yeah, I can't do it. I'm sorry. I cannot short Canada. So there's the 200-day moving average, 117.70. So it got below and it's just hanging above. Hmm. Yes, he did. I mean, you knew that though. He did mean losing. All right, here's another earnings plays, guys. MKC. This is getting close to the low of the day. MKC, another earnings play. It's gone red. You can see the candle's red because it opened up here. Now it's down here. Still up for the day. It's up 4%, but it's definitely below the open. Sorry, it's below the high of the day and is moving down, getting closer to the low of the day. Okay, guys, totally out of everything now. The CFLT. So just in time for me to pack it in. Wow, this is a big break here. SKE, which did really nothing all day. Now it's had a little breakout here. SKE, what was the breakout? 1472. It's only 6 cents, but there is a breakout you can see and on volume. But coming into, in my opinion, a lot of resistance on the daily chart, or some resistance anyway on the daily chart. You can see the weekly chart, the next high is 481. If somehow it gets to 481, then the next high is 574. On the daily chart for SKE. Skeena. Yeah, I know exactly what, I know that company, Skeena Resources, sure. In my neck of the woods. I can hear William's lips smacking, wanting to short this fund. Yeah, on a 5-minute chart anyway. Yeah, the NNE. Yeah, so it's just choppy, okay? There's no real defined There's really no defined edge here. All this orange meant don't trade it at all. Then it had a pop up, but you've got all this over here, So to me, there's no real defined edge, even with the colors changing, if that makes sense. It's just too much to get through, in my opinion. All right, let's take a look at Chewy. CHWY. What a bunch of nonsense, right? I mean, listen, people take advantage of it. It's fantastic. I mean, that's what the market's all about. But popping up on a dog meme or picture, whatever you want to call it, and then just a complete drop right back down. There's the 10 SMA that Steve loves right here, 29. Yeah, I'd love, I just can't short it now. Where's the VWAP? It's underneath the VWAP by a big margin, 31.65. So not quite $2, but it's underneath the VWAP. But the 200-day is approaching 1886. I'm sorry, right? Can't see it. No, it's underneath. 1886 is the 200-day. Yeah, I never look at the 50. So in theory, what I'd be looking for on this, is a color change, okay, into purple somehow. It may not happen, but I mean, you're, obviously to short it up here is fabulous. But if you're looking now, if you're thinking, man, should I short it now or whatever, I'd be looking for a purple color change. But it may not happen. Okay, Mighty, looking to understand the room and the software. Okay, so you don't have the software, right? Do you? Or do you have the software now, Mighty? Or just looking to see what the software is all about? Shouldn't ask a bunch of questions at the same time. So, Mighty, are you a trade? Okay, don't have. Thank you. I don't have. Okay, this is how I usually demonstrate the software's power. Okay, so we are. I like to use this one because I think a lot of people love to see momentum type stocks. So this is an example of a scan that I put together called Momentum. Okay. And this is what you can do. I'm sharing a lot of my scans, but I have no idea what your trading experience is, but you can create your own scans. But let me just show you what this one is looking for as an example, okay, just to demonstrate the power of the software. So if when I right click on this scan and I click on configure and then summary. So this is what this scan is looking for, okay? So there are a lot of screening programs out there. We screen, of course, this is the screening aspect, but we're also we have many real-time alerts. So in this particular case, if the stock is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It's time of day sensitive. This gives it the momentum. The stock, these are all built-in filters that I'm pointing to. The stocks where the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. Okay. So if all of these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was at 2:26 plus 23 seconds Eastern time. Okay. It is now 2:32. Since then, no stock has met all these filter requirements. Okay. And made a new high for the day. So there was fun, 54.67. That was a new high for the day, meeting all these filter requirements. That's an example of a scan, okay, that I've created that I like. Now, so I'm sharing a lot of these scans. Now you might look at this and go, well, I don't mind it, but I don't like that price range. Or, well, of course, you can adjust the price range. You can adjust anything, once you have the software, of course, to whatever you like. Maybe you don't like that price range of 1 and 100. Maybe you want it between 10 and 50. So of course you can customize it. Now, if I click on search, now don't leave the room, okay? These are all the real-time alerts that we have. So at the very top, new high of the day and new low of the day. Those are probably the 2 most popular real-time alerts that we've got. But we have a lot of other real-time alerts, okay? But again, don't get hung up on all these. And if I keep scrolling down, notice Rito just made a new high at 325. Okay, that's how that worked. And if I keep scrolling down, when I get to these icons, here are the filters, things like a price range you want, a minimum volume, but we have a lot of different filters. Again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. The reason there are so many is because when the company started, they felt that most people probably would not want to learn a programming language in order to create a scan, okay? So they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts, all these real-time alerts and all these different filters to satisfy, the thousands of customers that we've got and all the different types of trading styles that are out there. So they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for, okay? So that is kind of an overview of what Trade Ideas is all about, okay? We can create these scans. I have no idea what sort of a trader you are, what sort of experience you've got, but you can tell, for instance, you might look at all this and go, well, I know the VWAP. I understand what the VWAP is. I know what pivots are. I know what, options. We have some option filters. You're going to kind of scroll through these things and there might be something that you think, wow, okay, I can use that in my scan as an example. Okay. So that is sort of that's kind of in a nutshell what Trade Ideas is all about. Now, the other cool thing are these races. So what happens here? And as far as Chewy is concerned, I mean, what did I say? Oh, I know what I was saying. Well, again, I don't want to show that go no go because it is really not available yet. But I mean, obviously, if you can take out 29.59, it might still have another go down. That's all I can say. Now, the races are kind of a cool thing. So I'm running 4-minute races. Okay. Now understand all of this is customizable. This is just what I like to see, but it's all customizable. So you'll see that at 3:30, half a minute into the race, you're going to see a little bit of movement right here. Okay, you see there's some movement, okay? Now you might get a dramatic move, maybe we won't. But what's happened is that 0.83%, okay, what does that mean? Since the race started 45 seconds ago, this stock has moved 0.83% since the race started. Of all the stocks that meet the filter requirements, this is, now that's not that big a deal, is it? But in this race, sometimes you're going to see some dramatic moves, 5%, 10%, 20%, etc. Yeah, you can, Steph. Just give me a moment, okay? I'm just gonna finish this up. So why are these stocks appearing? Again, don't get hung up. I mean, this is all stuff that, it's not that, and I'm sharing all this, okay? I'm sharing all these scans. So if a person didn't want to, build their own scans from scratch, they can always take mine and, maybe adjust them. Assuming that's your, you have the same kind of trading style. I'm somebody who likes to see momentum trades or momentum trades, stocks near the high, near the low of the day. Though these are not necessarily. So for instance, this is what we call a top list. And every one of these columns, that little 0%, that's the change from the open percent. So if I left click on it, okay. I did it too fast. Just give me a moment. Okay, so you can see that XBP, since its opening trade has moved 70 cents or 70%. Okay. Yeah, I'll give you a subscription. Okay. In fact, we've got a nice promo on right now for 25%, Steph. Okay. Just give me one moment. Okay. I just want to sort of wrap this up. So that's all well and good. I mean, this is up, 72%. The whole idea of the racing, though, is that, and why do we see these stocks? Well, any stock, and again, you can create your own parameters, but I wanted to see stocks between $1 and $50. The current volume is at least 200,000 shares and up from yesterday's close at least 2%. That's just me, okay? You can, of course, create your own parameters. But the beauty of this is, what if there's, this is a huge list. What if some stock down here, this is up, SYM is up 6.6% from the open. What if all of a sudden it's just started to move? Now it's up 8%, 10%, 15, 20% from the open. Well, if you're so concentrated looking up here, you'll never see that move, right? You'll never see that move. And that's what the race does. The race doesn't care how much it's up. All it cares is when the race started, what moved the most since the race started. And then that can help you identify something that, well, maybe I should be watching this right now. The other thing that happens is it automatically creates a top 10 list of the stocks that won the most races over the course of the day. So this gives you a list of stocks to really concentrate on if you want. Now, these are fast moving stocks. These two down here, these are large cap gainers. I put a minimum of 500 million market cap in both of these. So you're not going to see the dramatic moves, but they're still pretty darn good, especially if you're kind of new to trading. These are great when you're on the right side of the trade, but they can be emotionally tough. Okay. These are a little easier. I'm not saying there's nothing easy about trading, but at least now you've got this list here and you can kind of, like, if I looked at Chewy, people were, Chewy had that big move up because of that, the roaring kitty posted something on Twitter, a picture of a dog. So all the pet stocks, popped up, and now they're right down again. Okay, but we saw that here. And you might look at this and go, okay, what do I want to do? Do I want to do anything with this stock? I mean, if it broke down through 29.54, which is the low here, would I want to short it? Or maybe if it pops up over 30.55, maybe I want to go long again. This is up to you, of course. This is why, I don't know what sort of trading experience you've got, but at least it gets you to just look at a few stocks. These are ones on the way down. That's why it's called the large cap losers, and these are the large cap gainers. So I know that's a lot to digest, but this room is like this Monday to Friday. I get on the mic at 9 o'clock Eastern time, and normally I just go to about 2:30, but as I say, I'll always stick around for questions. So Steph, any subscription? Yes. Give me a moment. So on my homepage, if you click on my homepage link, TJ asks in their YouTube room, why doesn't relative volume work in the pre-market? I don't know the technical reason for it not working in the pre-market. It just doesn't. Okay. But you don't have to. You can use the volume percent in the pre-market, and that'll give you a good look also in the pre-market. Talking to TJ in our other room, in our YouTube room. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So here is a promo code you can use. Okay, you'll get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. Okay. So that's for you, Steph, and anybody else who's looking to, and a month is not really a subscription. It's just month to month. Okay, you can unsubscribe at any time. Yeah. So the question in our YouTube room, can you get the large cap races from my page? Yes. So this is what I'm saying. If you click on my homepage link and then scroll down to the middle section, here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. So here are the 3 races that you see. 1, 2, 3. So if you want the large cappers, these 2 right here. If you just want the ones up, okay. Talking to and anybody else who's looking for these. Here are the Halts resumes. But I have other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them all up and running. It'd be way too many scans to have all up and running at the same time. But, I've created a lot of different scans over my 14 years with the company. So you can kind of pick and choose. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I didn't put the, there's my link. There's my link. Yeah, the race is available for as far as I know. I can sort of remember they were talking about something you wouldn't be able to, but let me make sure. I'm pretty sure they're still available. I'm pretty sure it's a standard feature, TJ. Hey, listen, I was using the races, not when we first had them, maybe 2 or 3 months in, and then I really liked them. I probably used them for about 4 months, 3 or 4 months, and then for whatever reason, I kind of soured on them. But since I've sort of got a different approach to it all, I brought them back about, I don't know, a month ago, and I'm really enjoying looking at the races again, especially the big cappers. I mean, these are fun to watch, but large cappers up and down. Yeah, I don't think we did, TJ. I'm sure it's still part of our standard service, the races. Yeah, so I mean, Chewy, you can kind of see. I mean, if it takes out 29.59, the low is right there. Yeah, the discount code is available. Yeah, the discount code is valid for monthly subscriptions as well as yearly subscriptions. And so, to be honest, guys, if you don't know this program, don't start off with an annual subscription. Okay, you can start off with a monthly subscription. You'll get the 25% off that first month. If within a month you decide, you know what, I love it, and I'm prepared to, take out an annual, we'll honor the 25%. Okay. The reason I say that is that, taking out an annual subscription right away without knowing the product, because we don't really offer refunds. So, but on a monthly subscription, you'll probably have an idea within a month whether or not an annual is what you want. And the reason for taking out an annual, obviously, is that your per monthly cost goes down, but you do have to come up with a bunch of money up front. So that's why my recommendation would be to take out a monthly to start, and then if you do want an annual, within a month of taking out the subscription, just let us know and we'll bump you up. Man, I should not have got out of the Jeffrey. And so, yeah, next month, we'll have our contest again. Okay. Our stock trading contest. I think it starts on, I think it's going to start on Wednesday, July the 17th, run the 3 days, 17, 18, 19. I don't know if we're going to do the same thing we did last time to basically have the test drive at the same time. I don't know. I'm sure you'll have it probably at least the 15th and the 16th to try out the product or get used to at least some of the aspects of the product. And then you can get ready for the contest. Okay, guys, are there any other questions? Again, I have no problem sticking around if there's some questions, but otherwise I'll just take off now. William says he will keep the room open till 4. So let's have some, discussion about stocks and price targets and things like that. Not price targets, but, entries where you guys are looking maybe to take a trade. Don't just let William flounder. All right, I don't see any questions, so I will. Did it really? RGS got up there, 25? Unbelievable. Yeah, took out that high of 2 days ago. 2 million in the float. When did they do their reverse split? Was that fairly recent? Trying to see where they might have done a reverse split, what day they did it. There we go. I see that. Well, it looks like they did a reverse split last November, announced as a reverse stock split. Let me just see what the news was exactly. And on the 29th, yeah. So what was the 1-for-20 reverse split on November 29th? Was this halted? Not halted. Look at XPP now, halted on the way down or up or down or lots of action now on the halt resumes. I'll stay till 3 o'clock like the old days. Yeah, the little known fish called fluke. Hey, moment, guys. Is this Fuller Brush or another Fuller company? FUL earnings play. Starting to get into it, guys. I mean, look how you look how many earnings plays there were today. We're starting to see a little. There we go. A couple of days ago, I might have had two. So we're starting to get into earnings season. And as always, let's just put Alcoa up here and see when they release earnings. So July 17th. So yeah, we got about 3 weeks or so. So I can't answer a question like that, Sam, in our YouTube room. Is SMCI a good short? I don't know. I mean, does it meet your trading style, your plan? I mean, it's had a great day. The trend has been up all day. It hit a high up here, fell, but this candle is now green. So I really can't answer a question like that. Is it a good short? Would I short it? No, but you may look at it very differently. Now, when I say would I short it, no, it's got to be up to you. I mean, but the trend is up. I saw somebody mentioned Sentinel early today, and yeah, what a nice move. Another nice trend up for S, coming into a potential resistance area, 2167 on the weekly. Davidson raises their price target to, drum roll, where are you? Oh, why did it show up there? To 1850. Well, it's above that. So, boy, I don't have any of the CFLT left, but it is still strong. Now, this crazy one, NXL, look at NXL now. It is just, yeah, well, I wish I'd seen it. I wish I'd seen it around 264. But you talk about a whippy stock. I mean, it got up to what? It got up to a 337. It got all the way down to 237. That's a drop of $1. That's a huge percentage drop. And then now it's doing this and on some volume. So what you're saying, Sam, is okay. Is this going to be a false move up, and maybe it comes back down? Maybe, but I mean, how much money can you make? It's an $885 stock. Where could it get to? Even if it got to 877, unless you're playing options or something. I mean, it would have to have for me anyway. But listen, that's up to you, really. It has to be up to you on something like that. This is way outside the price range that I look at. But even as a pattern, I'm not seeing like a tremendous opportunity to short. And I don't know how much it follows the market, but market's putting in a green candle here, putting in a green candle here. But it wasn't really following this, was it? Because that was basically an hour down, and it only had one red candle. So it's not really following the market. All right, guys, I think that is it now for me. I don't see any other questions. Okay, and that coincides with my music stopping. So, all right, guys, thanks for all of the help as usual, all day long. I'll be on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow. And for the YouTubers, the main room will be open until 4. We'll keep the room open until 4. So if you want to head over there, this is the link to get into the main room. Okay. I'll keep that open for about a minute, and then I'm going to shut down YouTube. Okay, guys, so that's it for YouTube. I'll shut you guys down now.